Hello. No, I think the plan for tonight is gonna be I'll do the new escalations, then we'll check out the patch notes, and then we'll do the elusive target. And then we'll probably rant for 5 more hours. And hello everybody. So the first thing on the list would be this. Hey Mushroom, thank you for the resub. Thank you, Ecstasy. Okay, another restricted loadout. I do like how they are doing this as a standard now. At least makes it seem like they have some sort of idea how the escalation should play out. Although, in stuff like whatever the other special escalations were, the Dartmoor one and Dubai one didn't really benefit from restricted loadout. Or loadout perhaps, but starting location, nah. Li Hong one, however, did actually make good use of the restrictions.
She's been living alone here for, what, 6 years? Ever since the scandal that ruined her career.
Are you kidding? That's the perfect marriage.
Well, I'm sorry.
Okay. Am I... oh, yeah, I'm of course allowed to switch outfits. I'm supposed to switch outfits.
To burst your bubble of fine.
Okay.
Cynicism, but the Yaces are
Sure.
crazy about it. Ready, Pam?
What?
Really?
Seems rather straightforward so far. Note to self, use the other side next time. It's the same game, still. So, yes. By default, yes.
The rich scratch their asses too when they think nobody's watching.
Don't be crude. Pay attention. Engage once upon higher level.
We've been at this for months. Ever since the 1% killings began. Nothing's gonna happen.
I know. But when you start thinking like that, that's when you go.
Oh! I thought it crashed.
Stand by.
Just took a moment to think.
I don't know. He probably keeps something weird inside.
Weird? Like how?
All my clients.
Oh
Have something
no.
weird in their safes, especially
Don't tell me I
when
have
it's
to
a
wait
basement safe.
wait out this thing.
Basement safes are where you keep the juicy
I
stuff.
can probably get away with this. I'll take the risk.
See.
Hey, you can always try and guess the passcode. It's never hard. Usually it's the firstborn's birthday or the year they were
Never
married.
mind, I can't climb up
Since
here.
the Yateses don't have any kids.
That simple, huh?
I can climb here, which is
Find
not
out.
good. Nice timing. Oh, he still didn't see me somehow.
Don't you remember? It was a huge scandal. One of those whatever gates.
Doesn't ring a bell. So, Mrs. Yates was a career diplomat.
This isn't going away, my love. It falls on me as constant to protect Providence against all threats, even his bad decisions.
So let's treat this like a court case.
That course of action is blackmail. I've called in one of the firm's junior partners. to dig up
Okay.
the dirt. If Burnwood has a weakness, we will find it.
If not,
Then Corvo gets to earn his 7 figures.
Oh yeah, you can't climb down from here for some reason.
Convincing, but not too convincing. And the blame falls on her rogue assassin with a whimsical M.
that might prove
So, just a minor note.
Yes, that is the crunch.
Let me see if the trespassing marker changes. Just a quick note. Not how I'm not trespassing. Just like, give me a second. Just a moment. I'm sure some people know what I'm doing. Hang on a second. Oh, for fuck's sake, I didn't favorite the patch notes. Oh, I did. Oh my god, why am I so bad at computers? We've updated the HUD rules to accurately display when Agent 47 is trespassing whilst performing agility moves, climbing, vaulting, etc. In the past, the HUD would show that all pipes and ledges were non-trespassing, even if that wasn't the case. In truth, 47 was trespassing, but the HUD didn't reflect that.
What are you thinking?
Right. I see.
I like it profoundly. I will get right to work on my closing statement. Thank you, my love.
sakes.
I truly would be lost without you.
And don't forget.
Classic IO. I can't grab him. I also can't push him because it's the same key. Okay, at least he... I guess he was about to vomit over the railing anyway. Is this always an exit? Don't think it is. Why did I unlock the challenge? I only completed level 1. Ah, whatever. Oh, I guess there's another one over there. Oh yeah, that is... Like, man... I wouldn't even notice stuff like that, or wouldn't expect stuff like that to get fixed. But when they specifically pointed out in the patch notes... Kinda hard not to notice. Oh, I'm already unlocking these. I thought these would unlock when I complete the escalation. Okay. Oh, look at that. It's actually quite different from the first level, I assume. I'm starting as the guru. Okay, well, that's good.
You and Anna picked a date yet?
We had.
Okay.
But the church canceled, and now we're not sure if we want to rebook with them.
I wouldn't.
She's not that excited about a church wedding, to be honest. I think she only agreed to it.
Look at that sick bloom.
What's the alternative? Park? Her parents will break your neck, pibe, if you don't do it in a chapel like this.
You think I don't know that? We'll be fine. We'll figure something out.
Oh, I thought I would actually get to choose my targets, but never mind.
Not just a puddle either. We're talking knee deep. The whole place looked like a horror flick. Of course, Yates came.
There, man? Yeah, it looks like an accident. This one is going on the ground.
Whoops. That would have been nice, but I wasn't really expecting it to work anyway.
Not just a puddle either. We're talking.
Seriously? Okay, the grenade has very small range, so I don't see myself using it for anything.
You and Anna
Yeah, I was gonna try it again, because I took my time. I wasn't expecting them to stand still for so long. So if I just do it faster, it might work. And you probably just take a bit of damage from the grenade. That's how it typically works. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Have you and Anna picked a date yet? We have, but the church...
This starting location just bugged me. It is just such a good highlight of the broken lighting in this game. Because once I started thinking about the lighting in this game, I cannot unsee how busted it is all over the place. Like, right now, just looking at the horizon. It's so ugly. There we go.
But what I got is seems to be an accident.
Come in, command.
What?
Got it. Shut it down.
I feel sick. Sorry. Let me through. Let me...
Is there new fuck-ups in Sapienza lighting? Only one exit
This
option.
day just keeps getting... Oh, man.
Dude, what are you doing? Okay.
Have you and Anna picked a date yet?
Blinded!
The church council and now we're not sure.
Crashing! It took 20 minutes for the first crash. I don't know why I play this game. It's just... It just finds new ways to disappoint me. Or it's not even a new way, it's the same old unstable shit.
Have you and Anna picked a date yet? We have, but the church council and now we're not sure.
I mean, in all fairness, I don't know if that was a wall hack. They might have had a legit line of sight to me.
Not just
And also, in all fairness, you have shitty bloom 20 seconds from absolutely everything in this game.
Pug lighter. We're talking knee
If you go 20 seconds without seeing shitty bloom, then you're probably playing a different game.
No. Looks like an accident.
Why did I choose this route? Oh well. Oh, he's going for this trash can, isn't he? Classic. I can't really kill him here. So this is gonna make a sound.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah. Oh, there. I think I know what I'm gonna do.
You and Anna picked a date yet?
We have, but the church now we're not sure if we want to leave.
It kind of makes the poison thing pointless, but suppose that was never the point. Hey, Bouncer. This escalation at least has started off decent. You wouldn't be able to replicate this in contracts mode.
the whole place.
Let me through. Sorry. Let me
For what I got, it seems to be an accident. Yeah,
So can I jump up? Jump down from here? I can't. Oh, you actually just jump. Okay. I was expecting to hang from there, but that works too. I won't mind.
Who's there?
Are you fucking kidding me? What do I need to unlock this? That, I guess, do it? And now it's too late. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I can KO him because he has to be poisoned while I kill him. Or if I can KO him, then kind of ruins the point of the escalation.
You and Anna picked a date yet?
We have, but the church now we're not sure if we want to leave.
I wouldn't. He's not that excited about it.
Not just a pug lighter. We're talking knee.
Are you kidding me? The range on that thing is pathetic. Also, I feel like this grenade is like prime example of an item that should not be able to lock onto people. Like, the point of this grenade is that I throw it at people's feet. It releases the gas, people get sick. But if it locks onto somebody's face, then that's not gonna really work, is it? I struggle to think of a situation where I would want this to lock onto somebody. You mind? Thank you. And it happens with a lot of, well, I think all explosives really do that.
Okay.
Oh, seriously? You're gonna be like that?
Whoever you are,
Yeah. Flashbang is another good example of why would this ever lock on.
You and Anna picked a date yet?
We have, but the church council said I'm not sure if we want to move forward.
I wouldn't. I'm not that excited about it.
Yeah, I agree, Mono. Or at the very least, like, have items like this not lock on. It shouldn't.
not just a puddle either. We're talking neat.
Sorry.
There's man. Yeah.
But I mean, it's Hitman, and I'm just... Every time I play, I die inside a bit. Seriously? That's what he's doing? He took like half a step.
I wonder what that was.
So even when they do patch something,
If anyone is there, show yourself.
you can't really trust it. Right. And never mind the fact that I poked him with the syringe. He's not poisoned. It's normal.
Not just a puddle either. We're talking neat.
Let me through.
No. Like an accident.
So wait for him to take 2 steps. Oh, sorry, 1 step.
What? Must be those kids messing around again. Show yourself, cobarde!
Can you please get sick? Thank you.
Burnwood was in
Oh, it's the same exit.
She's responsible for killing how many of our people?
Okay.
Looking good today, sir.
Corvo, got a message from the boss.
I got that. Bloom!
Pick up the mantle of my ancestors.
Okay, well that was better than level 1. So the exit is on this side. And level 1 was already at least an escalation level. So far this is not a bad one. I feel like this is gonna be annoying because the grenade is not a precision tool. I'm gonna hit somebody in the head with it. I'm so immersed. Hang on, let me get truly immersed. Now I'm immersed. I can look that way and see.
Not just a puddle either. We're talking knee deep. The whole place looked like a horror flick. Of course, Yates came.
¿Qué es esto?
You were not supposed to see me. Well, I'll check out the targets. So, do I still have... Yeah, one grenade and... Oh, so I gotta figure out how to get these people together.
You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be anywhere near here. Don't push me. Put your hands up.
Or I could just, like, find items I can
Put your
throw.
hands above your dumb shit head. Ah. You.
Maybe there's some clever way to do this.
You and Anna picked a date yet?
Some of them are worse than that. Oh. Oh, have you seen the thing I tweeted about Dartmoor? Actually, I'm sure there are people who haven't seen it, and it's so worth seeing. Because this is beautiful. Oh yeah, the vent poisoning is a thing. I've never done it actually. I need to find some rat poison, I guess.
We're talking knee deep. The whole place looked like a horror flick. Of course, Yates came.
You can't see me. Oh, you can't jump from this one. You can jump from the other one, but not this one. What the hell? I don't know about the camera. I don't think it should be in the game. don't think it adds anything. Actually, I think this is probably the best. No, it's not the best way. Is there a crowbar nearby? No, that is still not the best way, is it? No, it goes to the security room, which is exactly where I want to get to. I think. Thought I saw a crowbar right there.
You and Anna picked a date yet?
We had, but the jerk.
What's the altar? Heart. Barbarians will break your neck, pibe. If you don't do it in the chop.
I still need to find rat poison from somewhere. Do you have some in here? A crowbar. Don't really want to go unlocking these. That's gonna make a sound.
She must have been hard as hell.
Not seeing any rat poison.
10 likes. Bullshit. Better than
Okay. Can't see shit in this area.
I'm wicked smart, and yet I find myself in these situations all the time, just...
There is emetic poison in here somewhere, right?
In the barrel room is all
Yes.
controlled by the ventilation system. Steady.
How do you operate?
Oh, that's the ventilation system control. Not that familiar with this level.
Hey, don't.
Do I need to do anything? Okay, poison it like that. Okay, I see.
Have you and Anna picked a date yet?
we had, but the jerk. I'm not sure.
Ah, wrong way. Need the crowbar. Yeah, for stuff like the mission story in Dubai or the well, I guess even for Dartmoor detective stuff, it's not really important. You could just look at the stuff and it would work. But for stuff like that where it actually does something, you should get it for that specific purpose. So when what's his face asks you to take a picture of the dude who knocked out or killed, he should give you the camera. You don't need to have it by default. No reason for that. Same with Dartmoor. You shouldn't have the camera. The detective should have it, and you should take it from the detective once you knock him out. And then we wouldn't need it for dumb gimmicks like...
barrel room is all controlled by the ventilation system. Steady.
I was hoping I could get away with that. Okay. But yeah. And then we wouldn't need to use it for dumb gimmicks like unlocking windows in Dubai or opening doors in Chongqing.
You and Anna picked a date yet?
We had, but the jerk.
Well, this is already over. Yeah, this starting location is like... Okay, I was gonna say it's the worst example of the lighting in this game, but it really isn't, because Dartmoor So lighting like this, it's like it's pitch black in there, looking from the outside. Like it's not just the game is too bright in areas sometimes, it's also too dark in sections like this. Like that area should not be that dark. There is a light source. It's just that the lighting overall is really, really bad. Oh, we're facing this way at this point.
You and Anna picked a date yet?
Oh, I thought it crashed again.
Interesante.
I was actually considering doing a video on the lighting in this game. I could do a proper lighting comparison between this, Hitman 2, and two versions of Hitman 2016. I know there are already probably millions of comparison videos like that, but I'm still considering doing it. Because why not? It deserves to be highlighted. The more the better. Yeah, no lighting options. No such thing. The lighting is perfect, why would you ever want to change it?
¿Qué es eso?
Are you there, Central? Some imbecile is throwing stuff around. I don't know why. Hold on.
No, but it's not even realistic. It's just ugly. It's it reminds me of Assassin's Creed 1, where it's obvious that the level designers and the environment artists really did a great job of making things look good. And then someone decided to fuck it all up.
You and Anna picked a date yet?
It feels bad for those people. Having all their work go to waste like that. Creating a beautiful level and then having nobody see it because they're blinded. Yeah, the caves in Sapienza are way darker. Doesn't look good either.
Quit joining these pyramid schemes. If there's anything down there, didn't we put it in the pipeline?
barrel room is all controlled by the ventilation.
Why are you looking this way?
Central, it's me. Escucha. Some comedian is scoping around. I'll get back to you.
So what is that? Oh, that's dongle, of course. Is that not enough? Do I also have to do something at the computer? I guess so.
He's really putting it.
What?
Oh, right, I can't do that. Oh, I can! I really wasn't expecting that. Does this still count? Oh, well, that makes this whole thing kind of redundant.
Have you and Anna picked a date yet?
We have, but the journey.
I mean, mine isn't the best.
Break your neck, pibe. Do it in the chocolate.
I think the only one that I would recommend to people is the Halloween one, which is not in the game at the moment. Maybe I would recommend the Li Hong one, but the Li Hong one is deluxe content, and the deluxe content is it's a robbery. So I would not recommend that either.
It's going to need a stomach pump.
Better keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's named after me.
Temperature and humidity in the barrel room is all controlled by the ventilation system. State of the art.
¿Qué es eso?
It's me. Somebody's throwing stuff around. Let me deal with it. I'll get back to you, huh?
I don't like how there's a camera in that room. Is there a security system over here that I could actually disable reasonably?
Check that one out. He's drinking what? Whatever.
At that rate, he'll be unconscious before sundown.
He's not the first, and he won't be the last.
Not reasonably. Unless I...
Okay.
Whoa! That was a gunshot. Lock and load. Go!
Oh, how are you already all the way there?
Wait! Stop!
It's sad that people have to ask if elusive targets are available to people. They are, but it is that sad that you have to ask for IO. Kind of like how escalation's coming out and people are asking like, is this time gated? Yeah, health bar wouldn't make a difference. Anything useful I could pick up on the way? Not really.
Hey, what the hell?
Come on.
You and Anna picked the date yet?
We had, but the jerk.
Wrong way.
What then? She's not that excited about it.
Actually, I'm gonna reset because that's gonna fuck up the timing.
You and Anna picked the date yet?
We had, but the jerk.
As if this doesn't fuck up the timing.
She's not that excited about it. Sure, it's wedding.
Bullshit. Better just repost it.
So that's luck-based. Great. So I'll be honest, as much as I complain about stuff like the rating system and whatever, the lighting is actually becoming the most obnoxious thing about this game. Because it's everywhere. At least with the rating system, You can kind of try to ignore it, but you can't not see the lighting. Just look in any direction, move between any area. Go from any light area to any dark area or vice versa. You see how ugly the game is. And not just ugly, it's just... it hinders the actual gameplay. When you can't see properly. The range on that is so pitiful.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I'll go back to Blood Money like every month.
Yeah, nothing here.
No shit. I'm wicked smart, and yet I find myself in these situations all the time, just...
How much bleaching did you miss? The lighting is still ugly. The patch notes lie, and the game crashed.
Now, the temperature and humidity in the barrel room.
Probably something else too.
Central, Central! Somebody's throwing things around. All done.
Yeah, the lighting has like... it's been getting worse consistently. That's why I'm considering making a video just comparing the lighting in like 4 different versions. Oh, that's not a room. Oh, for fuck's sake. Nobody else heard that. At least I can try like how loud the loud gun is. Oh, never mind. No, I can't because the mission fails. Yeah, those are the ones I would compare, Yanri.
You and Anna picked a date yet? What's that? Go check it out.
Yeah, sure, lo tengo.
Understood why people bother with us.
I don't think I like this room.
You and Anna picked a date yet?
I just want to be done with this escalation so I don't have to use this starting location again. Because every time I restart, my soul hurts.
Can't wait to tell my friends about that.
Also my eyes, but mostly my soul, because I know that the level could be good looking, but somebody fucked up real hard with the lighting. And all the work the... Interesting. All the work the environment artists put in is going to waste. And that hurts.
What do you think that noise was? Go have a look.
Aye, aye.
Really putting it away, isn't
No!
Dude, fuck off!
You and Anna picked a date yet?
We have. We're not sure.
Break your neck, do it. You don't do it in the shop already. Think I don't know that?
It'll be fine. We'll figure something out. Bullshit. Better just...
I never really understood why people bother with his mother.
I would just like to throw this past him, but I can't because it locks on.
Check that one.
You, go.
Copy that. At that rate, you'll be unconscious before sundown.
Actually, can I enable this before I do it?
Now, the temperature as in the barrel.
Huh?
Are you there, Central? Some imbecile is throwing stuff around. I don't know why. Hold on.
Oh shit, I didn't deal with the camera system. I don't know. Guess I'll try this. I think someone heard that. Yeah, that won't work. Oh, he's already there, right. Piss off! I thought somebody was saying that the message is misleading and you can actually just play it again if you disconnect. Fuck's sake.
You and Anna picked a date yet?
Poison shit. Not working correctly. Or technically it is working correctly, just not working logically.
What's the alternative? Park? Her parents will break your neck, pibe. If you don't do it in the shop politics.
You think I don't know that?
Never really understood why people bother with this.
What does anything happen in this game?
I'm wicked smart.
Go see what that was.
That's understood.
Glasses does that make? Check that one.
Gunshots! This is our time. Find the perp.
Temperature and humidity in the barrel room is all controlled by the ventilation system.
Hey, it's me. Some pendejo is hurling all kinds of shit around. Hold on a minute.
Where are the bathrooms? Hey, I need Hey, hey!
That reminds me, I need to boot up Cheat Engine. I do have Cheat Engine, right? Don't tell me I don't have Cheat Engine. Oh, god damn it. Yeah. Because I fucked up the shoulder swap right there. I don't think I would have made it anyway, but not being able to shoulder swap definitely didn't help me right there. So I instinctively hit the shoulder swap key before I started aiming, so of course nothing happened, because IO are fucking clowns. And can I disable the gas? I'll try. I assumed it wouldn't just disappear instantly. Man, I'm actually so mad about the shoulder swap thing.
Bullshit. Better just repost it.
It just reminds me of how in Hitman 2 they decided that you can no longer get frisked if you have illegal items with you. Like, why would you take away a basic thing like that? Except this time around they didn't take away a mechanic that you probably 99% of the time don't want to use. They took out a basic quality of life improvement. Did I seriously not pick up the crowbar? Okay.
Have you and Anna picked a date yet?
We have. But the church.
What is that now, huh? You, go check it out. Póngale, póngale.
Got it.
Joining these pyramids. I never really understood why people bother with that.
Okay. What do you think that noise was? Go have a look.
Okay, understood.
God.
Guess I gotta throw it. Because melee has too high of a chance to just hit him in the face.
We got a shooter! Move out!
I see.
Now, the temperature and humidity in the barrel room is...
It's me. Somebody's throwing stuff around. Let me deal with it. I'll get back to you, huh?
Oh, well, they got poisoned quickly. Oh, okay, well that works. Where's the exit? Is it the same place as before? No. I think I want to go through there. And again, I don't think I want to go through here either. Can I jump up here? Good. I can't get through there.
Hey, you heard anything about the tunnels under the Egypt?
Oh, come on, there's nothing under that thing.
Well, that was worth it. I'm not gonna try to get through there. I just want to be done with this.
What?
Actually, I think this is my best route. If I want to avoid trespassing excessively.
You asked me. The Constant must have lost his mind.
Burnwood was in league with Grey. She's responsible for killing how many of us?
These majestic waves were my playground, and they gathered here to pick up the mantle of my ancestors.
Oh, okay, there we go. I just couldn't jump over that specific area. Is this an exit normally? I cannot remember. It should be. It's, I mean, just a gate. Okay, good. Good. Just in the main mission, you just typically don't end up close to that area. Okay. That's a decent escalation. I think it's one of the better ones. I'm just pissed off because I'm pissed off in general at life and everything, but the escalation is fine. Each of the missions, or each of the levels had something something specific to that level that wasn't doable anywhere else in the game. And overall, it did, I don't know. I guess I like the way it progressed. This is the kind of escalation that makes me feel like there should be an easy way to play the previous levels of an escalation. Like, if I want to play level 2 of this escalation, then I have to play through level 1 again. And if I then change my mind and want to play level 3 instead, then I have to beat level 2. This isn't Cruelty Squad. I'll wait for Cruelty Squad to, like, get out of early access. It does look like fucked up. Not exactly my type of fucked up. It's not like something like Gloom Voodoo or Shadows of Doubt that I'm actually looking forward to. And if they come out in early access, then I will definitely get them in early access, because I like to give feedback. And those are the types of games where I feel like I could give feedback, whereas Cruelty Squad just looks like a total clusterfuck. Yeah, I did a speedrun of the Chameleon demo. That game has a lot of out of bounds. Yeah, dev is cool. I mean, the dev contacted me about my video and asked if he could get a raw copy because he liked a trick I did. And then he proceeded to tweet out that trick. I mean, I'm gonna assume he is very pro speedrunning because he did have a speedrunning competition for the demo. And I'm a tad bit salty because the demo had a bug where the vaulting mechanic just broke, and it broke permanently until you restarted the entire demo. And the guy who won played really sloppily, but he had a trick that I didn't have that saved like a minute. And I had specifically tried to do that same thing, but it didn't work because the vaulting mechanic was broken when I tried it. And there's no way to know if the vaulting mechanic is broken, so no way for me to know if I found a trick or not, because the mechanic broke. So when I watched the winning route or winning run, I was like, well, fuck. I did everything better than him, except the trick that he used, I tried to do, and it didn't work. So, like, thanks. Yeah, I'll play the ET. Not right now. This first. No, not that first. This first. Okay, pick up stuff. Bar. Do we have a crowbar in this room? Or is the objective to... No, the objective is not to find a crowbar. No. Okay, well that was easy. Alright. But alright. Just take that as a setup. Is this any good? I don't think it is. Yeah, this is just worse. What's that other weapon? Keep forgetting the name of it. It's a worse version of that really good sniper rifle. The John King unlock. No, not Ghost. Ghost is also obsolete. Also, I thought this was supposed to unlock, like, what in Hitman 2 was the custom rifle. Oh, this is Ghost but white? Okay. But yeah, there's a new rifle that just makes all of these obsolete. Or every other sniper rifle, really. No, Golden Dragon is even worse. I can never remember the name of it. Leviathan, that's the one. I can never remember it. I always think of like Colossus or something, but that's not right. Yeah, the Leviathan just makes every other sniper rifle obsolete. Timer. Eliminate the muscle. Who the fuck is the muscle? Strange. What? What? Hang on. Okay. So I don't think this is gonna be a Silent Assassin. Okay. Okay. If we just go with the assumption that Silent Assassin is off the table. All right. I'm digging the sound effect. All right.
What? Please don't. I'll fill your ass with lead, boy. No.
Oh, that's... Oh, is that a way? Yes, that is.
Don't do it! You shouldn't have... Get him out in the open! I can't get a clear shot!
I'm gonna die. Yeah. This is kind of cool. Like, if you were gonna make something impossible to sound assassin, then at least do it like this. Because I remember Season 1 had one escalation where it wasn't possible to get sound assassin. Because it was like... you were supposed to be using a disguise that is only available if you knock people out.
Don't do what the hell? Shit!
But at the same time it had an objective of not knocking people out. So the only way to get the disguise required to complete the mission was to kill a non-target. And that sucked. Because other than that, it was completely doable sound assassin. Very stealthy, so sneaky. And that one was bad. But here, just says it straight away. Your goal is to kill people, go kill people. You are not going to do this silent assassin. End of story.
Oh shit! Hey, please don't.
Ow. Oh, come on. You were not supposed to hear that. Also, while I have the sniper rifle. Yep, still fucked. Color me surprised. Ow. Just walked right into it. What is that? Does it blow up? Oh, that blows up. Fuck it. I like that one. I like that one for a couple of reasons. For one, it's very different. For two, I think the sound effect actually really helps it. And most importantly, I hate the rating system in this game. So when we have a mission that just says, you're gonna get a shit rating anyway, go nuts. I can get on board with that. 2 stars? I don't know. Don't care. Yeah, if the rating system was better or didn't exist, this game would be a lot more enjoyable. Oh, I need to get some more Coke, otherwise I have a very strong drink in my hands. But I do wonder if it's possible to, like, beat this mission without technically being spotted. Like, how many non-targets was that? I'm glad it doesn't even tell me how many targets that was. 135 divided by 5 is something. I don't need to count. I have a calculator for that. $27. Ah, all right. Yeah, I wonder if it would be possible to do that without without technically being spotted. Problem is that actually, you know what? I do think that the map has some items on it, like soda cans and such. Oh yeah, that was a cool one. I like it. Let's see where it goes. If you are spotted doing anything suspicious, you will fail the mission. Eliminate any non-targets, you will fail the mission. Pacify anyone, you will fail the mission. Yeah. Kill somebody. Okay, well this seems less interesting. Was it like, don't pacify anybody? Yeah, don't pacify, don't... Yeah, okay. Just restart, actually. There's a distinct lack of growling katana in this level. Do I have any throwables? Don't think so. Do they have a card that forbids both? Okay. I see. Oh, don't come here. Are you coming here? No, you're not.
What?
Because I remember that normally in this mission there is somebody sitting over here and it's really obnoxious to get past them. You can't just run past them, but it doesn't feel very good. So they actually just made this train section better for this escalation. Oh, that's it? Was I supposed to pick up a crowbar somewhere? Oh, well, that will do. Well, that's a letdown. It's weird. It's because they made the same mistake in the Li Hong, whatever the fuck. Also, I've said this before, I'm sure, but I wish they gave the escalations names that anybody can remember. Because there are a grand total of like 50 plus escalations in these games, and I can remember the names of maybe 3. One of which is named after me. And now I'm actually struggling to think of the other 2. Yeah, I actually cannot think of the names of the other 2 either. Oh shit. Because there's the Cody Paradigm, then there's the Halloween one, and I never remember the name of the Halloween one. The Halloween one is just Orson's Nightmare to me. Any other name it has is irrelevant. And then there's the Li Hong one. Again, the name is irrelevant. It has Li Hong in it, but I don't know what the name is. And then there were some maps or escalations that I remembered the names of at some point in time. Mostly because they were really, really bad. There was one in Marrakesh. To Lupe Sensitivity. There we go. I remembered one of them. That one never made it to Hitman 2 or 3. Because it was one of the worst ones. Mills Reverie. Yeah, I'm gonna forget that in about 2 minutes. And then there was... I used to remember the name of the one with the Stalker. I recognize the name of the one with the Stalker, but I can't remember it right now. Li Hong derivation. Yeah, I think it's just a Li Hong escalation. That's easy to remember. But yeah, they have now twice with these special deluxe escalations made the same mistake. Where level 2 is the best level. By a wide margin. Still, the Li Hong one had the same issue, where level 1, okay, basic setup. Level 2, actually a bunch of stuff happening. And level 3, is level 2 but with a time limit. Nothing of value was added. And in this one, level 1, a very basic setup, fine. Level 2, something actually interesting and unique. Very cool. And level 3, very, very basic sneaking section. And this actually is a better example of what I was saying previously with the previous escalation. Is, what if I just want to play level 2 again? Then I have to do level 1 again, because there's no good way to replay each level of the escalation. You can either just replay level 3, or you can restart the entire escalation. But here, level 2 is just... it's the one that matters. Singular mini mission without trying to pat him up. Yeah, I wish. I wish. The Ecclestone Illumination. Yeah, I remember that name. I have no idea what it's about. Is that... that's a Sapienza one, but I don't know what it's about. Is that maybe... something to do with the katana? I'm not sure if I've ever even done that one. And to play, okay. So I know what it is. I'm not sure if I've done it myself. So I think that came out when head turning was at its peak and I was really frustrated with the game. Hack the laptop in the lab. That I remember. I have definitely played, and I didn't finish it because hacking the laptop was a pain in the ass because of head turning. Holyhung would have worked if they did it like codename contracts. Yeah, that's one way to do it. But my actual issue with the Li Hong one is not anything that's in the mission, but rather that what the implication of it is. Because what I was thinking for a long time is how good would it be if we had like a small scale reimagining of the Li Hong story arc. Because you could do that in Chongqing to some degree, perhaps not to the full extent. But you could definitely do like at least a mission or two of the Li Hong story arc. With like, you don't need a lot of like new models or new bricks in the level, anything like that. Just AI with their unique loops that somewhat match some of the Li Hong story arc ones. And the simple fact that they made an escalation that just like takes bits and pieces of them and throws them into one pretty much means that there is no chance of a proper reimagining happening. Because that's it. That's what we're getting as far as the Li Hong remake goes. Like, the map already has a restaurant, so you really could just... You could do the seafood massacre for one. No problem. And it has sniper locations in view. Like, man, that would have been sick if we had a seafood remake. Or, I don't want to say remake, because remake implies, like, something more full-blown. Whereas I would be happy with just, like, take the basic concepts of Seafood Massacre, add a few NPCs that are important to that mission, and that's it. You don't need to, like, restructure the area, at least not to any significant degree. But yeah, since we got the escalation instead, I don't think there's any chance of that happening. Hey, fingers crossed for modding. Anyway, the plan for tonight was that I play through the escalations, and then we take a look at the patch notes. The intention is not to go through the patch notes as extensively as I did in 2018, because in 2018 I used to, in addition to just looking at the patch notes, test a ton of stuff, like how has the rating system changed, has very specific situations like what happens if a target gets knocked out by an accident and that sort of thing. And these days, I don't give a fuck. The fact that the rating system is still the same pile of shit, I am not going to bother myself with that. It's not worth it. By now, the whole system should have been just redone to a much greater extent, and looking for minor adjustments in the system, not worth the effort. So instead, let's just take a look at the notes themselves. So let me put on some different music so we don't have to listen to the menu music all the time. And I have a playlist for music. Oh, that's loud. I sure hope this doesn't get DMCA'd. It shouldn't. You never know. Although, in all fairness, the Hitman 3 menu music is pretty good. But it's my default rant music, so let's mix things up a bit. Perhaps a bit less volume on this one. There we go. I'm not interested in doing roulette or randomizer perhaps once. I mean, overall, I am interested in the modding scene of this game. Like, I've kept an eye on modding for this game, and while it is very young at this point, it is making me way more excited than anything actually officially released since, like, Paris. Because it is looking legit really good. The potential seems to be there. And yeah, this is from Into the Breach. Anyway, what do we have with the patch? New content. The tactical turtleneck is now an unlockable suit. Cosmetics! Fuck 'em. And then we have two new escalations. One that had a really interesting level 2, and one that was generally okay. I will say that both of these escalations were definitely better than the ones in Dartmoor and Dubai. And my assumption for this patch was basically that they are not going to fix anything significant. They are probably just going to do platform-specific fixes. Some critical stuff that just makes the game borderline busted. Unfortunately, there's a lot of small stuff that already makes it borderline busted, so should probably get to that at some point. Deluxe content, okay, I don't know what the issue with deluxe content was. I paid 35 euros for the deluxe edition, I got all the content. Sure. We made several tweaks on the back end since launch and major blah 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 blah. Okay, so better connectivity. I don't think I have had a disconnect tonight yet. So maybe they did do something. Although it seems to be mostly down to luck. Stability. Multiple wide-ranging issues were causing the game to crash for various reasons. Well, I have had a crash tonight. So, less than optimal. Trophies and achievements I find are completely irrelevant. Trespassing agility. We've updated the HUD rules to accurately display when 47 is trespassing whilst performing agility moves like climbing or vaulting. In the past, HUD would show that all pipes and ledges were non-trespassing, and that actually isn't true. Some pipes were definitely trespassing. Or maybe there were just hostile areas, but definitely showed something. Even when he wasn't, that wasn't the case. In truth, 47 was trespassing, but HUD didn't reflect that. Meanwhile, I had been playing this game for about 15 minutes, and I ran into a moment when I was climbing, and it claimed I wasn't trespassing, when I clearly was. So, probably should not include a note like this when it was so easy to show that it doesn't work. This change will mean that HUD will display accurately when you're trespassing. No, it won't. This may cause for some inconsistencies, such as only half of drain pipe being trespass zone, but the information you see will now be accurate according to mission setups. Or either it's not accurate, or there are some very interesting trespassing zones. Let's go try that. Let's go try that. We can give that a quick try. So we're gonna listen to Hitman Contract's soundtrack as we do. So you've had crashes and disconnects? I am not surprised. Because I don't think disconnects are ever going away until they remove the servers, which is probably never. Fingers crossed for modding. And crashing, well, I got some of that as well, so no surprise. Oh yeah, they've done nothing to Bloom. It's a feature, for sure. Not a good feature, but it's a feature. True, true. Okay, let's see. Is this trespassing? It's not... Okay, I take it back. The HUD is accurate. This is not trespassing. Yeah, you can see the dots on their heads. Okay then. I take it back. It's accurate. I just found a spot where it doesn't work. Or rather where the trespassing zones don't work. The HUD works. Trespassing zones, not so much. We added a new audio effect for when player begin trespassing in a hostile area. I have played a fair bit now, and I think I have been to hostile areas. I haven't noticed. I trust it's there. I also think it's a very minor detail. Oh yeah, Silent Assassin HUD now shows if you have been caught on camera. This is an actual good improvement. It won't make me think the rating system is any good, but at least they are making most of the badge system they have. Wow. Nice randomizing YouTube. Same track, almost back to back. That's fine, it's system shock. But yeah, this is something that I think should have been in the game from basically the beginning. Or at least ever since they added the Silent Assassin indicator. So I'm glad it finally has a state for having been seen by the camera. So that's good. Better late than never, I guess. Although, this late, I wish the system was completely different. And then they also made the failed icon look different for some reason. So I guess it's easier for colorblind players. Fair. Fair. Location changes. So this doesn't work. Huh. Right. So that's fixed. Adjust weapon protocols in device so that security guards are unable to openly carry sniper rifles. They are now restricted in all disguises and will be enforced accordingly. Huh. Was this always the case in the other maps? Because in Hitman 2 you were not allowed to carry a sniper rifle in any disguise. It was always illegal, no matter what sort of security guard you were. But I'm not sure if that was the case in all of the Hitman 3 maps. Or if Dubai was just broken in that regard. Either way, it's not a major change, it's just probably something that should be consistent across all the missions, so it's clear that sniper rifles are not legal to carry. So I'm glad they are making it more consistent. And they fixed some Arabic text, okay. 2 invisible walls that partially block Agent 47 from moving freely. Okay, good. They didn't fix any Hitman 1, Hitman 2 map bugs. I mean, at this point I find it understandable. Like I said, I was expecting this to be just mostly critical platform-specific stuff. And I wasn't expecting them to even fix stuff like removing invisible walls or fine-tuning like what weapons you can carry. So them not going back to Hitman 1 and 2 in the first patch, not unexpected at all. I hope they will get to it, but I don't expect them to get to it in, well, obviously this patch, and probably not even the next one, or even the one after that, but in case of Hitman, I hate to use the word eventually, because eventually tends to mean never. You know. And then there was some mission story not triggering, whatever. So, you know, stuff like this. I wish there was some sort of public bug tracker that would show, like, what is actually broken in the current game that we have. Because there are a few things that I personally would be interested in tracking, but at the same time, I really can't be bothered. So I feel like the only thing I can be bothered to track is whether the sniper rifles are still broken, or the scopes are still broken. Yeah, public Trello board or something like that. Although I don't expect IO to do something like that, because I feel like that would put some unneeded pressure on them to fix some stuff that probably isn't a priority for them, but is displayed to the public, and then the general player base might assume that it's an important thing, while it really isn't. And they might come to expect fixes when they shouldn't. But yeah, like an unofficial one, perhaps. Because I've run into bugs in this game. A fair bit. I've run into a lot of bugs in this game. But I don't report them. Because where would I report them? You can like post on some forums in a giant thread about bug reports, and you have no way of knowing if anybody else has already reported or not. It's just it feels like a waste of my time and IO's time to try to report a bug that might already be reported. Yeah, I don't think there is a way to report other than just make a post about it on some forums. Yeah, it would be nice if there was at least, like, some sort of unofficial tracker. Every now and then I consider setting something like that up myself, but at the same time I know that I don't want to be the one to maintain it. Oh yeah, don't count on Twitter working. Chances are just that specific tweet got to somebody's feed just by sheer chance. What's happening? We're going through the patch notes and having a chat. I should not be the one maintaining it? How come, Ghost? Hey, Wally. Because I will say, if there was a public tracker like that, that could actually be reasonably maintained and viewed, I would absolutely report bugs to be posted on that board. If I saw something that wasn't there, but I wouldn't want to be the one who sets that up. Just like, wink wink, anybody who's into that stuff. Anyway, Dartmoor location changes. Challenge not unlocking. What is it where jumps in the pond were not always hidden? That could be discovered. Okay. Good. And Berlin, an issue where 47 could fall out of playable. Yeah, sure. We removed them. Oh yeah, this is interesting. They removed the Berlin manhole exit because it was causing several issues. There are healthier alternatives to dumping bodies or leaving the mission. They are your go-to. This is, I think, a case where it would really help IO if they were more open about what issues was it causing and why was it causing issues. Because I'm gonna give them the maximum benefit of the doubt, and I'm gonna say that that manhole in specific was somehow beyond repair, and they couldn't do anything about it. The only option was to remove it or have it be busted. But at the same time, we know that there are other manhole exits in the game, and not just manholes, it really wasn't that different from any other exit. So why was this one so broken that they couldn't fix it? Why was it causing several issues? And it is really difficult to understand what could possibly be behind this without eventually coming to the conclusion that, oh, the devs are lazy for not actually fixing it, but just removing it. Whereas if they just said something that you don't even have to be able to understand completely without knowing the more specific details on how systems work in this game. But if they just said like, oh yeah, it doesn't work because X and Y rely on Z and K and whatever, and because in this situation it just doesn't work that way and causes that to break. Just throw in some fucking jargon at me. I won't understand it, but if you give me a proper reason as to why it doesn't work, it's a lot easier to believe that, okay, it was actually beyond repair, than to assume that, oh, you're lazy. Because I want to believe that you are not lazy. Miles, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it. Talk about how player feedback is so important. Yeah. Fun. Yeah, I never used the manhole myself, but from what I've heard, it apparently triggers the ending, but it doesn't... Or it stops the mission statistically, but it allows you to keep playing. So time stops and scoring stops. You just have to find another exit. Or I think I used it on my first playthrough, but I didn't even realize it. I just thought it was broken. But yeah. I honestly think it would be in IO's own best interest to be more transparent about why it was causing issues. Because this is really difficult to understand without just eventually coming to the conclusion that the devs are lazy, and I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they are not lazy. It was the only one where you can hide bodies. I wouldn't know about that. It's possible, but at the same time, at that point, why did you need to hide bodies in it? Why couldn't it be normal? Like every other manhole. Oh, you can hide bodies in other manhunts? Okay. Well, then especially. If it wasn't even special in that regard, then what was the issue? I wish they were being open about this one. Because just saying that it was causing bugs so we deleted it, that doesn't come across as a good explanation. Anyway, result an issue where players could get stuck after taking cover next to a petrol pump. Alright. Complicated issue that could cause the game to crash when eliminating or subduing specific targets after performing specific events. I don't think I ever had a crash when subduing or eliminating a target. I had a lot of crashes in Berlin, but don't think they were tied to killing anybody. It was just random crashes all over the place. And overall, the crashing fixes obviously haven't been all that effective since I've already had one. And I don't know, how long did I play? Like 2 hours? Or something? Anyway. So yeah, that is definitely a highlight of the Berlin fixes. Trunking. So quick ball. Should I be saying Chongqing or like Chongqing? Because I know Chongqing is accurate, but everything in the game goes with Chongqing. Should I say it right or should I say it the way the game says it? The first one, I forgot which order I did them in. The correct one or the game one? Personally, I'm leaning towards the game one, because it's at least clear and clear to anybody who played the game. Cha-ching! That's different. That's when you pick up a coin. And actually one of my favorite voice lines in the game. Correct one just to spite. Anyway, I'll leave that up in the air for now. Issue we're unlocking a shortcut board blob. Okay, so I am not particularly interested in challenge fixes. I think they are things that definitely should be fixed, but I don't think they are that important. Okay, again, mission story stuff, once again, don't view this as important. Oh no, the laundromats are no longer invisible. That is a minor thing, but it was a very noticeable minor thing, so... I totally get why that would be a priority to fix early on. Was fixed prior patch. Okay, well... It really isn't that important if it was fixed server side a week before or with the patch, I don't think. Innocent item is illegal on casual difficulty, and this time it was the umbrella. Yeah, they had a couple of things like this with Hitman 2, where random items are just illegal if you play on casual difficulty. I don't even know what you're referring to as my favorite dialogue. All I can think of now is cha-ching. Because I find it great when you are in Dubai and you place a coin on the ground and the sheik goes cha-ching when picking up a coin. There's something great about that. anyway. Another handful of issues with 47 can fall outside the play space. Okay. That never happened to me, so I assume that's not that big of a deal. And in overall, like, falling off map, it's generally something that in most games, you do it once, you go, oh, what the fuck, and then you just don't do it again. But hey, it's also something that should be fixed, because then people won't do it that first time. Leaves a bad impression. Oh yeah, the one with the woman in the walkway. Yeah, that's of course in the game. That's a really good bit of dialogue. Why would they ever remove that? Although the one thing I dislike about the dialogue is that it starts when you start from that location, and you immediately fuck off when you start the mission. Just leave her talking there. It's like, oh, well, that's a bit rude, isn't it? But discovering that for the first time, without starting from that location, is great. Behavior of guards top the apartment building so that they no longer frisk 47 when he's wearing guard disguise. Okay, good. Noticeable improvement. Resolve an issue where disabling a fuse box near a Lotus Passage could eventually attract a large amount of guards one at a time. Now only a handful that are nearby will be tempted. Okay, so apparently they had a fuse box with like infinite range to it. Rather clear bug. They still frisk you in the ICF facility, do they? Huh. I don't know, maybe that's intentional. Because I recall being frisked there, and I was still allowed to carry guns. So, actually, you know what, it probably isn't intentional. Like, sure, you can maybe make an argument that, oh yeah, the ICA has such a high security protocol that even the guards frisks each other as they come in and out of the building, or at least go into the building. And while that is, I feel like, a reasonable explanation, at the same time it contradicts everything else in the game, and that's more important. So I'm gonna assume it's not intentional. Mendoza. Fusions where players would be unable to progress and complete the Tor mission story. I don't think the Thor was the one I had issues with. Was it? No, actually, yeah, the Tor was the one I was having issues with. Yeah. Okay, well that's good, because that was a very noticeable bug. I'm not concerned if something doesn't unlock correctly. It sucks, it should be fixed, but it's not important. This was a case of the scripting just breaking down and you just could not continue with that storyline. So that's more important. Why is microphone crying crackly when it's coming off noise gate? Is it? You're the first person to mention that, so... Static on the noise gate. Okay, well, you're the second person to mention that. I am not aware of any issues. Is this a new development with my microphone? Because I haven't heard anybody mention this before. Just started last minute or so. I have disabled a noise gate. Does that make any difference? I am talking just to demonstrate the potential issue. Doesn't make a difference. I'm going to disable every filter I have in OBS, so my mic will now sound like shit. My mic now sounds like shit. Oh god, it actually does sound like shit. But does it make any difference? Since the start of the stream? Really? Noise at the start still... Okay. Nvidia, what are you doing? Well, thank you for pointing that out. And if I do this, then I will probably go mute for a second. Hello, hello, hello. Does this work? Am I perhaps a bit better now? Maybe? Let me know. No longer any... Okay, so RTX voice was having some issues, it seems. It's not ideal because I like having RTX voice. Because for instance, when I just, I don't know, tap my mouse or tap my mouse pad, I don't know if you can hear that, but you shouldn't be able to hear it with RTX voice. I'm gonna re-enable it and we'll see if that makes a difference. Although I am not entirely surprised that you are pointing this out, but let's try anyway. Well, RTX voice works. It's not picking up other noise in my room. But is it adding the white noise again? Is this any better? No noise. Oh, well... blame Nvidia, I guess? If it's good now, then great. Because I did the classic fix of trying to turn it off and on again. Oh, there was noise. Okay. So there's definitely something fucked with RTX voice, unfortunately. I'm gonna just disable RTX voice and we'll live with it. You'll probably hear extra noise when I like touch anything. And you'll be able to hear it. But I am not surprised this turned out to be a thing, because I did notice this while recording with Audacity when making videos. It did happen like that, and I wasn't using RTX voice specifically for that reason. Like, can you hear this? Let's see if you can. That's my chair being clunky. And that is something that RTX voice was getting rid of. and I was quite happy with. Audible, but not so much. Okay, I guess we'll live with it for now. We'll manage. If this is better, then wonderful. Thank you for pointing this out. Because if something is fucked with my stream, or fucked with stuff I do let me know. I can't fix it if I don't know about it. And if I know about it and it's something I can fix, and I would very much like to do it. I'll try to respond to feedback better than IO. And actually do something about things. Anyway, we were in Mendoza. At least I don't have a clicking jaw. That's because I don't open my mouth very wide. Anyway. Issue where a small speech bubble saying "oh snap" would appear in the level, seemingly at random. Never saw it myself, but interesting. I wish there was a screenshot with this one. We resolved an issue where NPCs could see through frosted glass in wine cellar. Good. Trim the cactus near the back door shortcut, preventing folks from getting stuck behind them. Okay. I'm glad they're fixing stuff like this, because I feel like it would be easy to ignore just, oh, players get stuck on objects somewhere. And just leave it permanently, but I'm glad they are addressing this early on before they forget. Because the longer they wait with stuff like this, the higher the chances that players who actively play the game just know to start avoiding places they get stuck in. But if they just fix the things, then the game actually gets better. Just shifted left and right a bit. Don't think I can quite do that, but my jaw is fucked. Trust me. I can control it well enough while talking, but it is fucked. Made a change to winemakers' behavior so that they will now enforce their own disguise. Should they be knocked out and then woken up again? Okay, that is a very specific glitch, but quite a clear one, I guess. Did they add a trespassing SA loss fix? What do you mean exactly? Follow the guy out of the wine production after getting caught, and new icon those like follow me, and you kept Sound Assassin. I'm not quite sure how that works. It seems like they added some leeway to just walking into a trespassing zone, because I'm fairly sure I've had that happen to me as well. But it seemed to be like, if I take one step into the area, or half a step, and immediately turn around, then I can see the icon on their heads, but they technically don't spot me. Yeah, it doesn't feel consistent. I guess that's the main point. Fixed an issue where all items in a specific room in the steel tank area would disappear when 47 was stood in a specific place. Very specific glitch. I don't have a clue what they're talking about. Tweak some behaviors for some guards to be more consistent around winery cinema. Vague about here avoiding this. Okay. Fair. I don't know what they did here, but cool. I know there is some specific actions that take place in there, and I assume this is related to that. gonna have to move my microphone a bit further from me so you don't hear me breathing all the time. Again, RTX was doing wonders for that, but apparently it's having some issues. Or maybe I should actually get like a GPU that can handle RTX. Oh wait! And with Carpathian Mountains they just fixed falling off the train. Again, never happened to me, but one of those things that's good to fix. Adjust the background contrast of the mission end screen to make them darker. Intention is to make the white text easy to read. That is... You fell like 10 times? Okay. I trust that it was an issue. Anyway, this one is interesting to me. Because apparently they made the background here darker, so to increase the contrast between the background and the text over here. And I don't think that was ever an issue. There is a clear contrast issue in the game, but it's not that. And I wish there was a quick way for me to demonstrate, but there isn't. Because I have to beat a mission. Because there are, at least in the ending screen, whenever there is red text on a grey background, that contrast is not high enough. Clearly not high enough. But the white on grey? I thought that was fine. It's the red text that was the issue. Well, I hope that also makes the red text more visible. Or makes it have a higher contrast. Move the border of the minimap to properly align with the actual map. It's aligned by a few pixels. Okay, cool. I'm sure somebody was really OCD about that one. Added a full description to the camera item when viewed in the inventory. Just remove the camera item. We have updated the images for some Intel items on Berlin and Carpathian Mountains. Alright. Reviewed and updated inventory images for some items to make sure their size and perspective fits with other items. Let's take a look. I haven't opened the inventory view or the loadout view at all. Has something changed? Is this bigger? Is this bigger? I don't know, maybe the images are a bit bigger. Oh, that's new. Okay, well, that is very, very minor. Yeah, that is a very small change. We've tweaked the display on the D-pad icons to make the menu... Okay. Great. Never seen a D-pad icon in this game, so I can't comment. Tweak the indicator for placing an item so it's easy to see in some instances. Well, that's something I actually do want to take a look at. I'm not seeing a noticeable difference. Except that I don't know if that indicator is supposed to have a silencer on it. Oh, whoops. Sorry about that. Yeah, I am not seeing any noticeable difference. Although that is interesting. How you can't place it over there. Yeah, not seeing anything significant there. Why even bother? I mean, it seems like most of these patch notes are a case of whatever happened to reach the person writing the patch notes. Chances are there are a lot of fixes that are not in the patch notes because the person who wrote the patch notes doesn't know about them. And he was told that something has been tweaked with the indicator for placing items, so he lists that something has been tweaked. Personally, I would love to see like what sort of version control IO uses. Because I doubt they have a clue what's happening in each patch. And I wish I could tell you more about that, but NDAs. NDAs and anecdotal stuff. What do I think of auto crouch after vaulting? I do not like that. I think you should just... If I press crouch while vaulting, then crouch after the vault. If I don't, then don't crouch. Leave it up to me. Mod for Sapienza preview image. They used nuclear cave screenshot. Oh, fuck yeah. Anyway. We didn't tell you the exact button to press for crouching. Interesting. I guess that's something that wouldn't affect me because I never look at what the keys are anyway, I just know them by now. We've updated reload HUD icons to make them more visible, especially for some PS5 players. Okay. Update the destination background image for Sapienza to better reflect the current lighting. That's a rough one. That's a rough one. Because the fact that they are updating the image to match the current lighting definitely makes it sound like they are not going to update the current lighting to make it look good. Which is disappointing. But yeah, the lighting in this game overall is... I'm still on the fence. Like, maybe I should make a video just on the lighting. Just compare the different patches and different games. And just show people what Sapienza should look like. Show people what the nuclear bathroom in Paris should look like. At the same... It feels kind of pointless at this point to do a comparison like that, because I'm sure other people have done comparison videos like that. And I'm sure some of those people are way more qualified to talk about bloom and auto exposure and whatever post-processing effects than I am. Because I know fuck all about them and I will use the wrong terms. But at the same time, I think it's important to just be loud about stuff that is so blatantly bad. So, we'll see. That might be the next video I have lined up. Or the next one after I finish doing a video on why... Video praising Absolution. I have already recorded all the footage, audio and video, it's just a matter of editing, and then we'll have a video on a particular thing in Absolution that is fantastic. Because I've been wanting to make that video for a decent while now. Oh yeah, true, they have promised an RTX update at some point. I don't know if I should be afraid or not. Because typically when they change the lighting, they make it worse. It's a bit nuclear even in Game of the Year. Huh. Interesting. I should take a look at this stuff myself, obviously. And if anything, if I make a video like that, I would aim to make it as fair as possible. I wouldn't want to, like, cherry-pick the worst possible moments. Or rather, I would cherry-pick the moments that I recall being bad in even 2016, like the garage in Marrakesh. That one has always looked bad. But I think chances are it looks the worst as it is. But yeah, there might be a video for that subject. So Deus Ex is a fucking great game and a great soundtrack. Actually, that's a fair point. Them updating the image means that at least they acknowledge that people have an issue somewhere. Also, I hope that didn't sound horrible because I just touched my microphone without RTX voice on, so hopefully I didn't destroy anybody's ears. Sorry if I did. We have updated Hitman 3 credits to reflect the work has been done to show... The work has been done since we submitted the game for release. Also corrected a few areas and included new members of the team. Good! I recall in certain Discord there was a mention that the person who did the club music for Berlin wasn't included in the credits, so perhaps he is now? I would hope so. I am going to skip all of the PSVR stuff because fuck IO for doing this exclusively. It's a slap in the face for everybody into VR. And challenge updates. Again, I don't think challenges are that big of a deal, so won't get into them. And Sniper Assassin is irrelevant, at least until they fix the sniping in itself. Anybody who is not in the know, the sniper scope sensitivity drops drastically when you zoom in, to the point where sniping is almost unusable. And as such, looking at Sniper Assassin is not worth it. And yeah, this is what I expected this entire patch to be about. Platform-specific stuff. And oddly enough, not that much of it. I'm gonna say I'm only gonna look at the PC stuff because that's the one I know. Something about Ansel, and something about AMD's 5700 CPUs crashing when attempting to load Berlin. Well, I have an AMD CPU. It's a Ryzen, and it crashes in Berlin after loading. So hopefully that gets fixed sometime in the future, maybe. Anything else? Did I miss something? Because I know that the sniper thing was somewhere in these. I think I skipped it by accident. Oh, yeah, it was right here. We can't skip the sniper assassin thing completely. Because we have removed the shockwave and wall-piercing perks away from the Drushina 34 ICA sniper rifle when it's used outside of the sniper assassin mode. These were never intended to be available outside of the sniper map. So basically they had a sniper rifle that could shoot through infinite walls. Available in all maps. And that's an issue. Oh, was it 5700 CPU, GPU, or what? Did I just completely... I know my AMD stuff. Okay, I wasn't even questioning that. Okay, so 5700 is a GPU, apparently. Which already sounds more plausible. So cool. But anyway, they had a sniper rifle that could shoot through infinite amount of walls, and that wasn't supposed to be the case. And this is... I don't even know what to make of this. Yeah, I also have NVIDIA and I crash a lot. But yeah, this wallbang rifle... In a way, I agree. I don't think there should be a sniper rifle or any weapon that can shoot through infinite number of walls. That is too much. That should not be in the game. However, I would like to have a rifle that can shoot through one wall, like we had in Season 1, early on. That was really cool. But I think that's besides the point. What is disappointing about this is that they also took out the shockwave ammo, because the shockwave ammo actually seemed like a thing that would be fun to use and not completely busted. And I would be completely in favor of the shockwave ammo making it to the main game. Even if the wall piercing in its sniper assassin state doesn't work. Or works but isn't good. With the shockwave I don't really see an issue. Quite the opposite, I think the shockwave would be an interesting thing to have. But on the other hand, having the shockwave ammo tied to a sniper rifle that is unlocked at level 20 of a sniper assassin map, that is just masochistic. Because nobody wants to get level 20 in a sniper assassin map. Because those are extremely grindy and unenjoyable. Especially when the sniping is as broken as it is. And yeah, that is one of the potential highlights of this patch, for sure. Anyway, anything else? Oh yeah, known issues. Requiem back, whatever. HDR isn't optimal on some setups, so you have bigger issues with lighting than HDR. And this. Removing the option to change which of Agent 47's shoulders the cam get. Let me try again. Removing the option to change which of Agent 47's shoulders the camera is located behind was intentional, and it's still possible to do this when in combat. Also, I would say that is inaccurate after having played this today, because it is not about whether you're in combat or not, it's about whether you're aiming or not. And I, for one, as I have learned today, when paying specific attention to it, I would switch shoulder before aiming, rather than aim and then switch shoulder. This is a really stupid change. We're aware of the player feedback on the choice, and we'll share any updates here. You shouldn't need feedback, this should be clear cut. It's a bad choice. There's no other way to put it. Any half-competent third-person shooter has done this since 1964. And the fact that you remove it after 3 games that had it is insane. And the reason they gave for this was that apparently people did it by accident, in which case I don't even... Just look at the options menu. If you accidentally press a button to do something, look at the options menu and understand how a mechanic works. And the other reason they gave was that apparently it's difficult to frame things correctly, which is just sounds completely wrong, because very often I am standing in a way that where I would like to frame the thing, like I would like to control the frame so that the thing on the left side of me is in proper view, but I can't because they took away control. It is such a bafflingly bad decision. I don't even know what to say about it. Because I generally want to give IO the benefit of the doubt that they have a reason to do something, and that reason probably makes sense. But this one? Wake the fuck up! And if you're gonna include it in the notes like this, don't say shit like this. Yeah, removing this feature was intentional. If it was intentional, then give us the reason. Give us a proper reason in the patch notes. If the only reason is like, yeah, some dev made a forum post where he said, I wasn't involved in this decision, but I think it probably has something to do with maybe that. That's not the way to do it. Just say, it was intentional because X. You say it was intentional. Why? Was somebody drunk that day? I have to assume somebody was drunk because this is a bad decision. Man. Speaking of drunk. Anyway, final patch note. We're sure that some of you will reach this point and be frustrated that an issue you're currently having with the game hasn't been resolved or acknowledged. Yeah, like the sniper rifles. There's a very good chance that it's already on our radar, but there would be no way for us to know it. Because there is no good way to report bugs and there is no good way to see what has been reported. We'll continue to add the most talked about topics in the known issues section of our patch notes as they arise. Like HDR? Has somebody talked about HDR? Isn't HDR like by definition a very small thing? Like how many people have HDR capable stuff? Of course I'm playing on PC and monitors typically don't do HDR. Is this a common thing these days that people have? A TV is capable of HDR? Is that the default these days? More or less 4K TV only? Well, yeah, that doesn't sound like something most people have. And still, like, HDR is not the issue. The fact that the lighting in general is a mess. That's the issue. But yeah. I will be making a video on what has happened this month in Hitman. Because, as I've said before, I want to do the stuff I did in 2018 where I just look at the patch notes, look at the live content, look at whatever was released, was posted, was changed in Hitman over the course of the month. I'll make a video on this. I'll highlight whatever I feel is important in these notes and talk about like what the escalations were like and whatever the fuck. But if we like quickly recap this month's patch notes, I think the important things are, let's find them. They talk about connectivity and stability, but I highly question them. The Silent Assassin HUD thing, that is an actual legit improvement. Credit where credit is due. Definite improvement. I don't think there's anything important in Dubai or Dartmoor. The Berlin manhole, I think, is a highlight, definitely. Mostly because they gave no proper explanation to it, and it looks bad the way they put it here. Anything in Chongqing? I don't think so. Mendoza. I don't think so. Summit Carpathia, nope. These also... Okay, the Sapienza menu is probably worth highlighting. Simply because of its implications. This track is from Shivers. Shivers Planetarium. I have never played Shivers myself, I have seen a playthrough of it. Looks like a game I would not enjoy, but the soundtrack is great. And what else to highlight? Oh, the wall bang, of course. And the shoulder camera, potentially HDR. Although I think if I bring up HDR, the Sapienza image kind of covers the same topic. Anyway, those are the patch notes. Honestly, they patched more stuff than I expected. Like more generic stuff than I expected for the first patch. So, in a way, I may be a whiny piece of shit, but this patch exceeded my expectations. Especially the Silent Assassin HUD change. Wasn't expecting this to happen, well, ever. Especially not in the first patch. So, good for IO. Well done. Although, I still very much think they should do better with some of these notes. Like this. If it's intentional, tell us why. Travis, I'm looking at you. Don't write this. Write why. This is not enough information. This is a bad look. But that's it. That's it for the patch notes. Should we play a video game? Like the Deceivers. So I never actually did this when it came out in Hitman 2. And one of these targets I very half-assedly killed in Hitman 1. Because I wasn't able to play when this guy was a target. And like a month later, IO had some server fuck up, and he was replayable again, at least for me. So I just played it then, thinking like, oh well, this is not gonna count for anything, I'm just gonna check how it is and like shoot him in the face and that's it. And then I did that, and it counted as completed. Like, oh well, I guess I have now completed this ET as well. So this is kind of my first time playing this properly, maybe. Tired of playing Hitman 3 a lot? I mean, yes. In a way.
Welcome to Sapienza 47. We have two targets for you. Congressman Anthony L. Trout, a veteran of the invasion of Grenada, and Richard J. McGee. Though at first glance these two might not seem connected, they have a long-standing collaboration manipulating Trout's political opposition. Trout sends McGee after his weak but potentially dangerous adversaries and lets McGee manipulate and ultimately break them. Trout and McGee are in Sapienza on an arcane meet and greet with European moneymen and power brokers ahead of a possible presidential bid in 2024. We know that Trout is staying at the Via Caruso in the town square, but McGee's business is much more clandestine, and we don't have a location for where he will be. All we know is that he is to meet a Keith Keeble, a rich young man and possibly their next victim. Time to show them the consequences of political manipulation. Good luck, 47.
Never getting tired of talking shit. That's my thing. Yeah. I'll be restarting this. I think I kind of want to do this walking only. And I'm doing restarts because there really is no point. Also, I don't think I mentioned it yet, but hang on. I'm sure Diana will say
Good
something.
afternoon, 47. Trout and McGee have arrived in Sapienza. We know Trout is at the Via Caruso, but you'll have to find out where McGee will be making contact with Mr. Keeble. Security is unusually high, especially with Caruso in residence. Do be careful, 47.
Yeah. There was something else I was supposed to point out. Give me a second. This is an old post, I think. It doesn't have a date, but I think this is from like June, July, August. Where they said they were talking about game modes before release and elusive targets. In Hitman 3, we're making some changes to the elusive targets formula that we'll reveal at a later date. Wanna bet if there has been a change? Because as far as I can tell, they have changed absolutely fuck all. I'm glad I favorite all the patch notes and every tiny thing IO says. So I can call them out like this. Also, once again, I wish there was... I wish I had any of the mods installed, because to my understanding there is also a mod that prevents this from happening when you tab out of the game. Because nobody likes this. And I would like to have that mod that fixes it. As said before, I'm really excited for modding, because it could potentially fix a lot of the stuff that IO won't. Whoops. No, it wasn't at least 2 weeks. I think it was like up to 2 weeks.
We know Trout is at the Via Caruso, but you'll have to find out where McGee will be making contact with Mr. Keeble. Security is unusually high, especially with Caruso in residence. Do be careful, 47.
Oh, you're gonna sit there? Well, screw you. Okay, well, that's legal. Nice to know. Like, look at how dark that room is when looked at from the outside. This is honestly probably my biggest issue with the lighting. There's a light source in that room. Why is it so dark? Meanwhile, look at that ground. Like, you can't unsee the lighting. So I'm sorry for spoiling the game for everybody. But but that's nuts. Also, the camera grids are still broken, it seems. Oh my god!
Good afternoon, 47. Trout and McGee have arrived in Sapienza. We know Trout is at the Via
This is the
Caruso,
point where I would also like to meet
find out when
Diana.
McGee will be making contact with Mr. Keeble. Security is unusually high, especially with Caruso in residence. Do be careful, 47.
Also, I probably shouldn't even care about the camera. I'm probably gonna destroy the recordings at some point anyway.
Okay.
Also, that's probably not the best way in, come think of it.
Good afternoon, 47. Trout and McGee have arrived in Sapienza. We know Trout is at the Via Caruso,
Like,
but you'll have to
here's a
find
view
out
that
when
actually
McGee
looks
will be
good.
making contact with Mr. Keeble.
Just don't turn around.
Security is unusually high, especially with Caruso in residence. Do be careful, 47.
You need clearance to pass.
Okay, maybe that's not the best way in either. I feel like the best way in really is that pipe, but I don't want to use that pipe. I would like to avoid climbing if possible. Maybe I should go for the other target first, because the timing here doesn't seem good. Or, you know what, let's try to just walk, see how it goes. Because my goal is walking only, fiber wire only.
Good afternoon, 47. Trout and McGee have arrived in Sapienza. We know Trout is at the Via Caruso, but you'll have to find out where McGee will be making contact with Mr. Keeble. Security is unusually high, especially with Caruso in residence. Do be careful, 47.
Well, that's not good.
Understood. I'll detain on site. Hold your fire. He's
Or maybe I should destroy the recordings
Trout and McGee have arrived in Sapienza. We know Trout is at the Via Caruso.
I don't think there's a good way to destroy the recordings first.
Contact with Mr. Keeble.
No, let me just do this. I'm gonna be restarting a lot, so... Whoop! There you go, Diana. Yeah, I don't think there's a good way to destroy the recordings. What if the camera sees me without a gun? Does it still cause an alarm? even if I am trespassing. So, there was a great lighting example right there. If I come from here into shadow, like, look at that wall as I turn around. Like, for a split second, that wall is the light of God. I'm sorry, Henry, it's my job. I have to. It is my holy duty to expose the bad lighting. No, trespassing definitely voids your sound assassin. No doubt about it. You know what? I want to try to use this entrance instead. Like, maybe there's a way to make this good. Investigate! It came from over there! Thanks. Are you gonna walk away? Hi. How is that bad lighting? Like a reaction from dark shade to clear sunlight. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Let me just say that there is a lot of bad lighting in this game. Look at that. Look at that. It's not, the sun is not even there. Anyway, I think that's a decent way in. Let's experiment with that a bit more. Okay, well that works. Oh! There's two people here at this time. If two people hear the same bullet impact, then they panic. If only one of them hears it, then it's fine. I'm too fast, the timing ain't working out. Was that a bird in here? Yeah, that's a bird. Okay. Really? Bullet impact noticed? Where's the target at this time? Oh, is that him? Ah, I can't climb up there. Okay, and that's not the target. That's the target. Oh, was it the target who was about to spot me? No, that's not the target. Where is the target? Excuse me, sir. I need to investigate. Where is my target? So I thought he was here. He's not here either. Oh, he's only on his way here. Where the fuck is he at the beginning? Somewhere in here? I thought he started from there, but then again, I have never done this beyond like one attempt without presets back in 2016. Oh, that's him. Well, duh. I guess that kinda settles it, so I should go for the other target first. think I remember where the other target is, though. So, whoa, what the hell happened to this car? That is not the usual car. I'm glad I didn't die. Yeah, it is a buggy, or at least it was a buggy in Hitman 2016 and Hitman 2. Run, my friends, run! Thank you. It's so dark in here. What the hell? Why? Why would you do this? That's not the target. I thought the target was in this area. Oh, that's him. It's so dark for no reason. So, look at that. I'm glad they updated the trespassing zone so that it's actually accurate. So we can see that this is actually a safe area. Ah, fuck, I lost the target. Oh, that's him. Look, that bloom! Blinding! Jesus Christ. I'm glad I'm able to just walk in. Oh, he spotted me. Now, they're not read on instinct because I'm playing an elusive target. They have never been read in elusive targets. Yeah, I know you can climb. I mean, I did that before. Timing just didn't work out. Although, now that I know where I'm going, it might work out. I just love the fact that you can just walk past him like that. Never mind. I mean, you can, just not that type. I'm gonna walk between you guys, just because I can. Oh, come on! I thought we were friends. Yeah, we're friends. It's so dark. Why? Where is he at this point? He's all the way over there. Okay, so he's on the other side of the mansion. Okay. For the record, I don't know if I'm gonna beat this mission tonight, because some of these drinks I've been mixing for myself have turned out to be a bit stronger than anticipated. You didn't see anything. Okay, you probably saw something. It's only a minor freakout. Calm down, guys. Maybe I can't shoot the chandelier like that. Would have been great. I don't even know if the target is there. And I also kind of want to kill him with the fiber wire. Well, he's no longer here if he was here. Yeah, he's in the main room now. So he has 2 bodyguards, which kinda sucks for fiber wire kills. Hey, recovery. Can you play this without owning the Hitman 1 stuff? No, I don't think so. Gunshot heard? Interesting. Oh, I guess those people heard it. Okay. Fair. Oh, you can't climb up this? Can you climb up here? Oh, you can't climb up like anywhere here. Okay. Oh, there. Well, that's not really an option, is it? Both targets are in really awkward positions at the beginning. Did I find a mute for handler? Yeah, I muted everybody. Yeah, but yeah, both targets suck. I don't know which one I should go for first. Actually, you know what? Let me try this. Not the guy I was aiming for, but I guess that works. Oh, never mind. No, it doesn't. Because this guy is still calm. Can I shoot so far to the left that only one guard here is... Which guards are you talking about? There we go. That's the guy I was supposed to hit. Everybody freaks out. But nobody suspects a thing. Because I am Octodad. Which way did the target go, however? Is the next big question. Because I missed it. Wasn't paying close enough attention. Oh, he went over there. And at this point I should have a coin, so I could place the coin over here, strangle him, hide his body. Guards at the entrance? I mean, there's no reason, really. That's the bigger thing. Because I can just make them freak out and it works. I'm actually gonna take... I guess the snowball with me? Instead of the fiber wire. So oh, it's only one snowball. What the fuck's the point? Whatever. Like, take some non-lethal melee with me instead of the fiber wire, so I can non-lethally kill him, so I don't have to worry about not being able to reset once I eventually want to reset. Hey, Absolvent, and no problem, I guess? Have I given tips for Blood Money speedruns? Besides, try to think of your own strats, it's fun. Wait, I thought he came this way. Oh, don't tell me his reaction is random. That would be kind of awful. Well, he ain't here, I can tell you that much. Comes down with two mines? I honestly couldn't tell you what that route is. Oh my god, he's running a different direction every time. Yeah, now he went upstairs. Oh, this is horrible. It's random how he reacts to gunshots. How does he react to gunshots from below? Can he hear this? You were not supposed to be here. So never mind that. Was trying to shoot his legs, but you know, that also works. No, he comes. Oh my god, he's completely random in this situation. I've had 4 different reactions from him. If he always went to the bathroom, then this would be great. Did the patch fix things? Not really. Yeah, he's going in random directions. This is really bad. I wish he was going into the bathroom. Yeah, I mean, what I'm gonna try now is I'm gonna try to shoot those 2 guards so they panic and maybe he won't go to them, and then I'm gonna shoot him. And see how that goes. So, bop. And bop. Well, he's going somewhere. Don't stop there! What the fuck? I feel like all these people in this area are just doing absolutely random things. And what I'm attempting to do here is never going to work, and I just got massively lucky the first time when he went into the bathrooms. Yeah. I don't think I can do something like this. Maybe I can do something to bait out the first guy's bodyguards and then deal with him. Like, his bodyguards are... He's in the central room, isn't he? Like, not like I can actually shoot at the guards. I think the people who used the electrocution phone were missing out. Like, removing the electrocution phone was for the benefit of everybody, really. Wow, that target... Like, both of these targets start by doing nothing that I can work with. Which kind of sucks. Because I really don't have a good starting point here. I have to wait for the target to get into a position where I can isolate them. But I feel like the mansion is probably gonna be the better option. Or the least bad option. Okay, you can't walk through there, alright? Yeah, I would like to like for this to be suit only, walking only, fiber wire. Ideally no KOs. We'll see how much of that we get. I gotta do something to make ETs interesting, because by default they really aren't. That is broken as hell, isn't it? Huh, I never knew there was a master key there. Oh shit, he goes the wrong way at first. I mean, I think I can work with that. Maybe. Something like that. Never get spotted while knocking people out from the side. Is there somebody in Sapienza close by who I could test that on? Did you mean like with some sort of melee weapon? I mean, well, I have some sort of melee weapon. Also, I'm fairly sure I have been spotted doing exactly that. There's always somebody who can see me. Ah, where's somebody to test this on? Jesus Christ, this bloom is so fucking nuts. Oh, well, this guy works. Definitely spotted. Yeah, I did that same thing with the crowbar as well, and I wasn't having such luck. Just want to see what's going on in that room, but... I.O. Wake up! It's a basic quality of life feature. Allow switching shoulders, and apparently he can go in different rooms randomly. Okay. But most importantly, I.O. Wake the fuck up! Whatever your reason for removing it was, it's not good enough. There is no reason good enough for this. I made you wake up. Sorry. Go back to bed. Although this may not be the stream to sleep at. Because chances are I will yell at I.O. to wake up multiple times throughout the next hour or whatever. And I really don't like either of these targets at first. Like, for each of them you have to wait for some dialogue to end. I really don't know which one I want to do first, because they both are bad. I don't know, maybe McGee is less bad. I don't know how long that dialogue is. No. You used to be able to hide in that corner, but guess not anymore. Let's see how long this takes. Oh yeah, good call. I could bump into him. Oh, could I? I can't bump into him. Oh, if I run, I can bump into him. Unless that was just a coincidence and he was already getting up. What if I crouch next to him? Yeah, I know, I'm a complete creep. Walk away now. Yeah, look at that, your friend went away. Okay, that works. This seems like a strat. So I'm gonna shoot the guys by the door. Then I'm gonna bump into this guy. Or not bump into him, but I'm gonna crouch until he gets pissed off. Actually, you know what? Is it enough to stand there, so I'm in his personal space? Look at me. I'm annoying. Please pay attention to me. What if I give you money? That works! Well, that's how I'm gonna kill him. Somebody's putting me from some direction, but I can't tell from where. I can hear the noise, but I can't see the indicator. I don't know, maybe on my way out I should instead do this. Although that might be a bad idea if I fuck it up that hard. Although, what if I distract both of the guards while I'm over here? Can I do that? I think I can. So, Bob, Bob, spot it. Right? You look mad. Well, everybody panicked, so that's not a good sign. Problem is that Trout seems to move at random. So it's difficult to plan around that. Oh, and everybody's freaking out. Why is everybody freaking out? I think the panic is actually spreading all the way from the mansion entrance. It's like people see the guards freaking out, then the people see other people freaking out, and so on. Until everybody's freaking out and nothing works anymore. Let's see. Is that the case? That is the case. Yeah. Okay, so I can't shoot that guy. I mean, if we're talking about good indicators like that, then Payday 2, as usual, once again wins. This Payday 2's indicator is damn near perfect. Although for probably different reasons. But hey, it never disappears. And it never feels unfair. I don't want to get close to that car because the explosion did some damage to me last time I did that, and I don't like that. Plus, that spot is more on the way. I think Trout actually does come to the wine cellar, so if it's random, then there should be a chance that he comes here, and that would be ideal. Then again, I can't see him right now anywhere, so that's less than ideal. Where the fuck is he? There he is. I figured you'd be coming here, so I went into the spot where I am not trespassing. And this is where I would kill you. Well, in theory, assuming these guys wouldn't come in here. That seemed like an interesting route. Although I don't like having to blow up that one specific car, because I would like to use that as an exit. Then again, I still have to destroy the camera evidence, so maybe going back to the church wouldn't be that big of a deal. Because I really cannot deal with that camera, it's gonna spot me regardless. Yeah, I would do this fiber wire only if possible. Oh no, they didn't give up on improving the rating system. Back in 2016, they added Silent Assassin as a rating. That's an improvement. Christ, this game makes me sad. It's like, how can you have such good level design in every aspect, and then just half-ass everything surrounding it? It's not a matter of paying me to do something. I've already done it effectively. It's just a matter of put in the money and the work to implement something good. Shit. I've done the designing part for free. If you have issues with that, let me know. I'll be happy to fix them. But if implementing them is an issue, then shit. Dude, wrong guy picked up the money. And yeah, the rating system is still the same. So while it's nice that they at least communicate it better, you can't polish a turd. What the hell? What the fuck was that? What do you mean by legal issues? I don't see legal issues being a problem. Technical issues for sure, but legal? I don't think so. Then again, I'm no lawyer. What? Really? Again? Nah, no news on Slater 2. The dev has a Discord, but I don't think a single message has been posted in several... Shit, at this point it might be years. It's a very, very quiet Discord, but I am sitting there in case there are any news. Only one of them is reacting. Why is that? They're both supposed to be reacting. And he took his time to react. Oh yeah, I mean, my assumption that if somebody was to make like an open source Hitman type thing, then I'm thinking in style of Dark Engine, not Dark Engine, Dark Mod. Okay, let's shoot the other guy, see how that plays out. Well, not well. Clearly. But yeah, something like dark mode but Hitman. Heck yeah, I'm on board. Problem, of course, being that Hitman is pretty fucking complex. No matter how you look at it. So realistically, if you want to get something actually good, then modding is probably the better way. Did I ever try any of the Assassin's Creed games? I've streamed 1 and 2 and I didn't like either. I plan on streaming more, even if I didn't like the other ones. Because I am a masochistic idiot. How is this not working anymore? I'm seeing the minimap and it's not working like it was before. Best elusive target, how did I figure Wickerman? I mean, Wickerman was a known thing at that time and I just decided to use it. And best ET, they really don't have enough variety for there to be a best one. Shoot him in the leg, maybe. So he trips over, maybe that makes a difference. Don't think it did. It definitely did not. And again, the guard ran in the wrong direction. Why is this happening? I'm gonna exit the menu and just hard reset this mission. Because it's not happening anymore. It was working before and then it stopped. You say rules to the AI are super simple. I would disagree. There is a lot going on in the AI in this game. Or really, even the older Hitman games. Like, can you name a game with more complicated AI than Hitman? Like, that is comparable to Hitman, not something like, I don't know, Civilization or something. Which may be a bad example anyway, I wouldn't know. Wow. How is this AI not working like I want it to? It was before. What if I shoot both of them? How about that? Then I'm assuming panic will ensue, but... yeah. Man, how did this work before, and now it just doesn't? Complex but not hard. I would say that that is a bit of an oxymoron. I'll wait for both of them to leave before I place the coin. One of them is leaving. The other one is going between panicked and not panicked. And he's going. No, he just... oh, what are you doing, dude? Just get out of here. Oh, and now the wrong guy picked... ah. What is this guy doing? Previously you were so nice heading that way, and now you're just... now you're just being an idiot. What the hell? Complex. I would say huge but solvable algorithm is still hard. By my definition, at least. It's not hard. It just requires you to prepare for 500 different scenarios and their combinations. Which I would say is pretty hard. I don't get these guys anymore. This was working before. And now this guy is just not cooperating at all. Also, I like how I have set the dialogue volume to 0, but I can still hear them. How about that? Does that do something nice? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, one of them works. The other one not so much. I'm gonna restart the entire game. Fuck it. 'Cause it worked before and I'm out of ideas as to why it worked before. I would like it to work because, hell, I already had half of this solved, and now that half of the solution doesn't work anymore. Well, now it won't work because I wasn't paying attention. I bumped into that guy. Or maybe it will. Yeah, he's blind. That's fine. These guys, however... Both of you, that way. See? Now it worked. Maybe it has something to do with how I move, because this time I went towards them. Or maybe just restarting the game did some magic. Memory leak issue? Can't rule out anything, I guess. Okay, this time I didn't walk towards them. And it worked! Maybe it is a memory leak thing. Fuck if I know anymore. Or a random seed. That's more likely, because if there was a memory leak, I think people would have noticed. Also, I technically can avoid it at the camera. Might be a bit luck-based, but still. Oh, also, I need to replay Kenneth Lynch 2. I'm one of those absolute madmen who has played Kenneth Lynch 2 like 3 times in the past. And I want to replay it. I know there's something wrong with me. But I guess that's nothing new. I want to watch a full playthrough of that. All 3 hours of it. Or however long it takes. Won't take long, I can say that much. Oh, fuck, he's in the other place, isn't he? Yeah, it's a shame that his routine is so random. Just, I believe he moves randomly between the points. You didn't realize? Oh yeah, Kane Lynch 2 is extremely short. That's why I'm willing to replay it. Because I know when it came out, it was like a huge criticism that, Kane Lynch 2, it's only like 4 hours. What the fuck? Like, if it was any longer than 4 hours, then we would have a problem. But thank God it's only 4 hours, because, man, it would get really fucking boring if it was any longer than that. What do I think about 007? I mean, I don't think even IO knows what to think of 007. I mean, not too long ago they were hiring like a game director or something. So... I don't think at this point if you ask IO what is 007, I don't think they have any answer. Oh, he's over there now. Don't think there's a way from here. So I should really just take a different approach. I should assume he's over there. That's probably better than the alternatives. Well, this actually goes in that direction, so... Darn. I was thinking that technically he might be the closest one. Oh, he's not even an enforcer. Sadly, there's no container here. Nah, I don't want to use a chandelier. I want to use the fiber wire. First time anyone said I need to play Kane Lynch 2 again. Yeah. Not just that I need to play it again. I need to play it again for the like 4th time. So I've played it like twice single player and once co-op. And I think every time I play it, the conclusion is that this is technically a video game. I beat it. Again. Yay. But it has the great advantage of not wasting your time a whole ton. So even if it turns out to be bad, then, oh no, it took 4 hours to beat. How horrifying. Compared to something like, I don't know, what's a really long game I've played lately. How long was System Shock 2? Although that's unfair, because System Shock 2, I can see the appeal, I just didn't like it. Something that was actually not good. That took longer than 10 hours. I'm sure there are plenty of examples. Oh, Assassin's Creed. Well, that's a wonderful example. Army of Two? Not on PC, so no. Metal Gear 2. Metal Gear 2 is a great example of something being a waste of time. No, I can't avoid the camera this time. Oh well. I should leave the coin and go ahead, so I have a better chance of catching a good cycle. What are the chances that I would hit the railing instead of the dude behind the railing? Oh, the fucking egg puzzle. Like... Man. MG2 hurts. Everybody says MG2 is better than MG1, but I don't know about that. MG1 has the excuse of being the first one in the series, but MG2... Man. Meanwhile, Ghost Babel is just so much better than either of them. Also, once again, that guy is not cooperating. Ghost Babel's only issue is that the difficulty settings are a mess. Because I actually tried to play a Ghost Babel on normal the other day off stream, and even outside of the bosses, it was actually noticeable that there were fewer enemies on normal difficulty. And I don't think that was a necessary change. Because I would like to play a version of Ghost Babel where the bosses are not a dumpster fire, but we have all the enemies that were there on very hard. I think that would be ideal for Ghost Babel. Yeah, again, that guy has stopped cooperating. He worked a few times, but not anymore. So I'm just gonna hit Alt F4 and see how that goes. Because that seemed to work before. Hey Portanova. You got good with MGS3? Oh boy. And then no longer very good with MGS4. Sounds good. What do I think of Max Payne 3? I used to compare Max Payne 3 with Hitman Absolution, but then I started to like Hitman Absolution. Replay of Max Payne 1. I'm honestly not a fan of Max Payne 1. It's alright, but I feel like it has too many issues for me to want to replay it. Most of all, the boss fights. Just ain't doing it. Restart the game, and once again, they are cooperating. That seems to have something to do with it. Body found. Whatever. You get why I would compare Max Payne to Hitman Absolution, but also you don't get it. I mean, they're both what you would consider to be bad sequels. Problem is that Max Payne 3 is also a bad game, whereas Absolution is a good game. Just a bad sequel. Wow, I cannot believe I just walked in here. And there are too many cars in here for me to do anything about this. Besides maybe leave like a trail of coins. Like, one over here, one over here, one over here, and then there is, I think, a container over here. Yes. That could work. So I missed a ton of chat. Let me just recap, because the stream is going into the just chatting direction anyway. I don't think I'll be able to complete this mission tonight, but I think I have a fairly good idea of what I want to do with it. So that's good. Oh, Absolution didn't get you interested in Hitman. Interesting. Not that I can blame you. But I am working on a video on Hitman Absolution, and one mission in particular that I like a lot, and I hope the video makes any sense to anybody, but I can't guarantee it. I'm not expecting to convert anybody into liking Absolution, but I'm hoping I can at least make a point, and I am not sure I can. Because making videos like that is not something I'm all that familiar with. But I'm trying. We'll see how it goes. Coming soon. TM. How is Max Payne 3 a bad game? Is it because of bugs? Oh, it's just poor design. Awful pacing, awful like basic gameplay, controls, that sort of thing. It is just unpleasant to play. Pacing definitely has a lot to do with it, but it's also extremely clunky when you actually get to the gameplay. People say it has great gunplay, but what the fuck does that even mean? Pressing mouse 1 is good? Well, that doesn't mean anything when pressing any other button feels clunky and sluggish. Any new ETs? Probably, sadly. Is Hitman 3 a bust? There. Did it actually post it? Did you fucking post it? What the hell? It's trying to post the link. Let me try again. There we go. Oh no, it broke again! Both of you need to run! He's running in the wrong direction. I'll restart once, and if it doesn't work, I'll restart the mission. Or restart the game, rather. How long does it take for me to kill this guy? Because I would like to work on the other guy. I think I have this guy solved at this point. Okay, now they're both running. Good. Bullshit. Whatever, we'll continue. So that took like 1:15 exiting this building. Whatever. I'll investigate the other target. Try to solve this. And I'll probably actually do this tomorrow, so I don't see this happening tonight. Dude, how do I keep hitting that? The other dude wasn't supposed to be harmed? I don't recall that. Maybe that was a thing in the original, but since they combined the two elusive targets, then maybe that was changed. Makes sense if I don't recall that, because I typically don't want to harm anybody else anyway. Come on now, guys. Work with me. Let me in. Or maybe I should just go through here. That's probably safer. And not exactly slower. Plus it gets me in the wrong place. Not wrong place. Right place anyway. Except that guy is an issue. Look at that! What the fuck? That's new. Okay. Haven't seen that before. Admire my persistence. I mean, I'm barely playing the game at this point. I'm just talking shit. I think with the proper timing, if I was to do this entire thing at once, then that guy wouldn't even be there, so I don't really have to worry about him. Yet, I keep insisting on doing walking only stuff even if I'm testing shit, so I keep getting busted by him. So how about I actually hold down the run key? Not that it helps, because I have to slow down here anyway. Walk away. Go check it out. I know you want to. Not like that. Just let me in and let me try shit out. Actually, you know what? I don't even have to do the car explosion shit if I'm investigating shit. So, look at that beautiful lighting. It's so damn bright. Jesus Christ. Who the fuck are you? Look at this. Look at this fine example of lighting. Look at how dark it is in that room. Somebody is spotting me, but I can't... There's somebody in there. The light is on. Yet that's what you can see. I did not walk into this room to showcase the lighting. I walked into this room just to avoid detection. Oh shit. Forgot about those people. 'Cause I think one of the best examples of bad lighting is that room over there. Because Francesca's room is... Oh, you can't see anything if you're in it. Or if you're looking into it. But the outdoors area, from looking from it, looks like this. What the hell? He's downstairs! Ah! You're not supposed to go downstairs. That's like ideal for me, but I don't want you to go downstairs because I can't prepare for it. He's just stuck downstairs, isn't he? You know what? While we wait, let's enjoy the fucking beautiful lighting. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ! Like, this room didn't used to be this dark. Not even close. And most of all, when you look outside. It's so fucking bright! Can you tell that there is a door directly in view? In the back wall. See ya, Yanri. Yes, I'm sorry I have to torture you with this this lighting shit, but I personally cannot unsee it anymore. Just so often, like I'm not even looking for it. I'm just running through levels, and I do this, and I can't not notice how bad that looks. Good God. The thing is, it's not even just like random edge cases where, oh, if you look in the wrong direction at the wrong time, then sure, it looks bad. It's a case of you play the video game and it consistently looks bad. No matter which way you look and when. Just so disappointing. So, where the heck is Trout? He's supposed to come here. There we go. If lights, or if light in general, worked like this, nobody would ever want to have a window in their home. For obvious reasons. this is probably not the best place to kill him, because this is not looking very promising. Also, it has to be pointed out that there's only one enforcer in this room. Because apparently his guards are not enforcers. Oh no, targets are never marked on the map. If it's elusive. Darn. I feel like the basement is the best place to kill him, but it's a shame it seems to be random when he goes to the basement. Seems to be now. Oh, his bodyguards follow him? Really? Yeah, these bodyguards are not fun to deal with. They are way too close to him. I would much prefer if the bodyguards kept at least some sort of distance. No, wrong floor. I was focused on being blinded and then being unable to see and then being blinded again. Just walking through that area. See, how bad is the lighting here? Well, you can kind of see in that room. You can't really see out of this room. I wonder if it's safe to go into that room. Once he's by the door, I will overflow the sink. Too late. Way too late. Yeah, the way his bodyguards are always up his ass is less than great. I gotta stop playing soon because my eyes are honestly getting tired. Just like walking from dark areas to bright areas and vice versa. It is so fucking painful. It's everywhere. Jesus. God damn. It's so ugly. Why are you doing this to your game, IO? This sort of self-sabotage is just... It That really makes me sad. No, he tells the guards, of course. This doesn't seem like a good place to kill him. Oh no, somebody's spotting me from there! If only I could see them! I don't know, I kinda don't want to use something like the emetic grenade, but I am not liking the look of this guy. I guess one thing I wanna figure out is do his bodyguards react to guns or weapons in general? What is this? Missing poison. What the fuck? What is this? Was this always here? What the hell? What is this? I don't remember this from Sapienza. Is this ET specific? Seriously, you saw me? Okay, how do you do lockdown? Oh, not well. I can say that much. Yeah, that's not a good place for lockdown. Maybe it actually is. In a way, but not that way. Seriously? Why are you panicking? Just... overreacting once again. Yeah, that poison. What the hell was that? Actually, I'm not gonna complete this mission tonight anyway. Is that ET specific, or is that coffee machine always there? Or Is that even a coffee machine? What the fuck is that? So, notice how they changed the... Can't even see it. This image for Sapienza. But Sapienza looks pretty good here. In game, though, Jesus Christ. If only it looked that good. You can't see church windows, really? Oh, nice. Yeah, that's ET specific. Interesting. You know what? I think it's time for me to end. I'm not gonna complete this mission tonight. I have a plan for the first target. I still need to work a bit on the second target, and then actually do it all at once, and then hope that they don't do a lot of elusive targets, because the concept is not good. And I'm really disappointed that it is the same exact concept and system as before, despite their promises to change it. And this should be a giant red flag for everybody. Because elusive targets really are just exploiting people's fear of missing out, and that is a horrible practice. And I think people should call IO out for it. Much like they should call IO out for the awful lighting that just stains every moment of gameplay. But hey, on the upside, the new escalations were pretty good. It's a damn shame they're behind a paywall. Because escalations like that, I might almost say people that those are worth playing, but they are not worth the money. Yeah, it's a shame, because people are not willing to make noise about stuff like the lighting, or stuff like elusive targets, or stuff like always online, or any of these actually significant things. Always online especially. But bring up like how much you want a banana to be an unlock. Well, you got the crowds behind you. Either way, I'll make a video probably... Oh shit, it's February. Shit, I was gonna say by the end of the month I'll make a video on like all the new content and the patch and whatever. But shit, it's February. The month is practically over, isn't it? Might still do it this month, technically. We'll see. But yeah, I'll make some sort of video about the stuff, and I will absolutely bring up elusive targets, and I will bring up the lighting. and whatever major issues there are. And I feel like I should probably like basically make it a tradition to every time I make a video on this game, which probably will be a fair few, mention that always online should not be in this game. Even if the patch notes don't mention anything directly related to it. Just... You can't let people forget. And you can't shut up about it. It's 5 years and 3 games later. Still not even a mention if they're gonna do anything about it at the end of the life cycle. I don't think anybody should find that acceptable. People that make noise about these issues are immediately laughed off or shut down. I am honestly very surprised how well received my first impressions video was, because my first impressions video was mostly complaining about, well, stuff I'm complaining today. Always online lighting, whatever, you name it. And that video was like my best received video in like over a year. By any metric. So I'm glad at least somebody, some minority agrees with me. Yeah, I haven't watched any of his videos, like, ever. Because why would I? I mean, like I say, I do not recommend this game. I will play it a lot. I will make videos of it. I will cover it. I will not recommend it. Watched mine and copied it. No joking, really? Play Deus Ex a second. I recommend playing Deus Ex up to Hong Kong, or past Hong Kong, and then stopping. Just after that, the game quality starts to vary a fair bit, but up until the end of Hong Kong, it's really good. Okay. I mean, I did get one comment on my first impressions video on this game, where somebody was saying that, oh, you copied Mr. Freeze, and then he deleted that comment. So if he was saying the same exact things, then I wonder if that person made the comment and then realized that I made my video first. Assuming I did make my video first. I don't know when he made a video. But if you're saying he copied mine, then that's pretty fucking hilarious. I really don't care what he says or does, but that's funny as fuck. He recommended buying it? Well, that's a mistake. Oh, I think Hitman 3's maps are better than Hitman 2's. Hitman 2 overall feels like the weakest game in the trilogy. Yep. Do not support always online single player games. I mean, maybe the stuff I was saying wasn't really proper arguments against the game, it was just anecdotes of things I don't like. Because it's not like I can make a proper first impressions review type thing about this, because fucking hell, I've been playing this game for 5 years. By now it's impossible to just assume that we are back at the beginning. We have to assume that anybody watching that video has some sort of base knowledge of the game. Yeah, 2016. The 2016 beta came out in February. Been a while. How many hours of impression? Hitman 3 first impressions. After 700 hours. I don't actually know how much it is, but it's probably in that ballpark. Because it's a lot. Of course, the numbers are somewhat inaccurate considering I do a lot of this where I sit in the menu. But yeah, let's see. Hitman 2016. 658 hours. That's a lot. Hitman 2. 231 hours. Okay, so 800 and something combined. Let's say 900 with Hitman 3. That's a lot. It's not a lot by some people who play these games, but I say that's a lot. Nah, no drama. Yeah, I mean, I've seen people who say like they have like 2,000 plus hours in like Hitman 1 alone. Like, alright then. That's a lot. Word for word ripped off my menu suggestion. Wait, what? What are you referring to? I made menu suggestions in like 2018 for Hitman 2. I don't think my Hitman 3 impressions video talked anything about menu improvements. Because funnily enough, I went back to check out my video on Hitman 2 first impressions. Because I was looking for fuck's sake, I can't spell. Also, look at that. Hitman 2 first impressions. My video is the first result. That cannot be correct. That's probably because it's my account I'm signed in as. But yeah, I went back to watch my own video. Well, let's actually take a look at this. Let me mute again. And the menus are actually worse than before. Maybe some of this stuff is worse. Let's see. What did I say about the menus in 2018? Because there wasn't much content to be displayed. While most of the game is very, very good, the menus are all around very, very bad. And I was led to believe that this too was something that would be changed for Hitman 2. I was willing to excuse the bad menus in Season 1, because there wasn't much content to be displayed when only Paris was out, and after that the menus became a low priority issue. But this time there's no excuse, and the menus are actually worse than before. Maybe some of this stuff is worse because I use mouse and keyboard, but I refuse to believe that this kind of design is good for controllers either. I'll start with the locations menu because I think that's one of the most important menus, as it's the one that's used to replay any mission. I always thought the tiles we had in Season 1 were not space efficient enough, and the menu would have been better off just by having a list of locations and you'd see the picture when you highlight the option. And that's what they did. Except they made the list horizontal, and with the legacy location it's twice as long, so it's actually much, much worse than it used to be. If you just had a simple vertical list, you could easily fit not just the list of locations, but the list of missions. And speaking of the list of missions... From 2018! Using Comic Sans! I made a better menu than they have now. And I stand by it. I still think this is better. Fuck me. You can leave this stuff in, and it's still better than what we have now. Locations, but the list of missions. And speaking of the list of missions, what the hell are the escalations still doing there? There's a separate menu for game modes now. Just like I watched this video the other day, and I had forgotten some of the stuff I had an issue with, and I'm finding myself agreeing with my own video from 2 years ago, just because I forgot the problems this game had. Like, for real, what the fuck are the escalations doing here? Ah. Use it. They don't clutter the missions menu too much right now, but once the old escalations get ported over, bonus missions are once again going to get buried behind tens of escalations. In all fairness, right now they do have a separate menu for bonus missions, so it's not that bad. But still, they have a game mode menu. Use it! And that leads me to the overall tile-based design, which is used everywhere in the menus. Just why? Why? Scrolling through every single item in the inventory when you just want to select a flash grenade is not in any way convenient. Plus, for whatever reason, the images of items are still stored server-side, so opening the items menu always takes way longer than it should. Also, I can't be the only person who just doesn't use half of the save slots because they're annoying to scroll to, can I? Yes! Those fucking save slots! I have played this game for... Let me double check. How long have I played this game for? I have played Hitman 3 for... 3 days and 6 hours. I have at no point used half of the save slots, because I don't want to scroll to them. Because this menu is garbage. So I always just recycle the first 4. Ideally first 3, because going to the 4th one moves the menu. But the last 4, never gonna touch them. Why would I? Man! I haven't thought of that argument in years, and it still holds up. The only screen where the tiles look nice is the new post-mission challenge screen, and even in that I think it should be possible to highlight the challenges and see what they're about. True! And now that we get the post-mission stuff, the score screen is also absolutely terrible. Why is there a giant picture of 47 when the screen is missing so many actual useful... Yes! And now... Why is there a giant picture of 47 when the screen is missing so many actual useful things? Say I messed up at the end of the mission and want to load the latest save. What do I press? I know I won't press the load button as that doesn't exist. Replan, start mission over, then load? Or go to the next mission's briefing, return to the main menu, and then load? That's not exactly intuitive. And what if I want to play some other mission next? What do I select? I won't go to the mission select as such screen doesn't exist. And in order to properly see the score at the end, you need to go to a separate detailed score view, except it's not at all detailed, because the rating system is still the same binary crap as before, just hidden in another view. And fucking hell! Since I mentioned the rating being hidden, I must point out that there is still no way to check if your rating changes during gameplay. No. Hey! Look at that! They fixed that! One thing they got right. You can now check your rating while playing. Nor are there clear notifications for it. There is a setting that gives you constant notifications about points you get for opening doors and picking up keys, but there is no way to get a clear notification about losing the Silent Assassin rating. And well, this argument is at least outdated now, but most of this holds up! Jesus! Ah! Why did I even make a Hitman 3 first impressions? I could have just re-uploaded this one. Oh. That is... that is kind of annoying. But at the same time satisfying. Like, I was right back then, and I still think I'm right. Ah! Let's see, what else did I have to say? Most of the fun had been sucked out of the game. This is an opinion video. Back when Hitman 2016's Paris first launched, I planned on doing some kind of opinion video, but I kept delaying to wait for patches or locations or whatever, and when I finally got around to it, most of the fun had been sucked out of the game. Yeah, that's why when Hitman 2 came out, I figured I would do like monthly videos every time there's a patch, and that's why I'm thinking of doing it now, so I won't delay doing an impressions video, I won't delay giving my opinions properly. I would just give them constantly and have my opinion evolve as the game does. Because with Hitman 2016 it was pretty unfair how at first I liked it, then it made a mistake, and then I started to like it less and less with each patch. This time I figured I'd actually do something soon after the release, and then maybe make another video later if needed. And I'm sure after watching this, some people will assume I hate the game, and that's not the case. Especially with all the legacy content, I think this is competing with Blood Money despite probably overrate that game. I'm just a cynical asshole, so I'll be doing a lot of complaining. Holy shit! Oh, that sounds so familiar. Oh my god. It's like directly from my Hitman 3 first impressions. Oh, good god. Oh. So far, I've played Hitman 2 for about 60 hours, my global level is around 140, and I've maxed out mastery on all of the new locations. Most of the time I've played on professional difficulty, and I've kept mission stories off the entire time. I played Coast mode for about 10 hours, and briefly tried some of the legacy locations. 10 hours of Ghost mode? That's way more than I expected. And I have not touched Contracts mode or Sniper Assassin at all, as they just don't interest me at all. But I did make a video on Sniper Assassin when it was released as a pre-order bonus some months ago, if you are interested in that. Anyway, with all that done, I think I've seen enough to form a proper first impression. Most things in the game are obviously very similar or slightly improved from Season 1, which is what I expected and did hope for also, so I'm not gonna go into too much detail about that. The core was good to begin with, you know what it was about, it's still good. But I do want to highlight a few things that I really appreciate. So let's start with some good stuff. And let's get this out of the way first, the view cones feel way better than they did in Season 1. There still have been some questionable instances where I've been spotted through a window by a guard who's 2 floors below me, but as a general rule, the view cones feel pretty fair. And the guard 2 floors below me, I think that specifically refers to Mumbai. In the Rangan Tower there is one closet next to a window in a bathroom, where if you hide a body in it, people can spot you from a much lower floor, and I don't know if that's still the case. I haven't played any of the Hitman 2 locations in this game. That alone makes me prefer this game over Season 1. The map now shows markers for various areas, and when those areas are visited, the markers are replaced with the area's name. That might seem like a small thing, but it makes the map much more useful, as not only does it make it easier to get an idea of where everything is, but on the first few playthroughs when you don't know the map well yet, you can just use the markers to see where you haven't been and explore those areas. Very nice touch overall, I like it. Hiding in crowds and foliage works very smoothly and feels natural. You can tell a mechanic fits in well when you start actively using it without even thinking about it, and that's been my experience with this. It's not a mechanic I would have cared to ask for, but I would definitely miss it if it was removed. The crosshair is now always on screen when a gun is equipped, and that makes lining up quick shots a lot nicer than before. Aiming itself is a little buggy at the moment, as the aim keeps going up on its own when you start to aim, but I would expect that to get patched soon. Combat overall is a lot more fun, mostly because 47 is not a tank anymore, and there's an actual risk of dying. Plus the weapons feel much more powerful than before. If I get into a combat situation, I usually try to loot a rifle from an enemy because unlike in Season 1, they actually feel more suited for combat than pistols. I also like how instinct can be used while shooting. It's surprisingly satisfying since the enemy highlight goes away on kill. While the combat is improved, it also leads me to some of the bad stuff I want to highlight. The bad part about the combat is that there are now some obviously fake bullet sound effects that just don't work.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
in a room with no enemies in sight and heard tons of bullets flying right past me and watched as civilians nearby just ignore it all because there are actually no bullets. It's also... yeah, I think that's still a case in Hitman 3 where they just have some really obvious sound effects that have nothing to do with what's actually happening on screen. Like, you can just be in an empty room with no enemies and still bullets are flying by, supposedly. They're not doing any damage, they're just making a sound. Pretty unclear what triggers combat starting and ending. It seems like sometimes a guard who neither has the enforcer indicator above him nor appears orange on instinct just instantly aggroes when I get close. It only seems to happen when I've already messed up a bunch, and it's possible I just don't understand systems well enough, but something definitely feels off. NPC reactions to audio distractions also don't seem to quite work. Most of the time, when they don't work correctly, an NPC from 100 meters away decides to hear some close combat and investigate, or you throw an item as a distraction and instead of luring the guy next to you, someone from the other side of the building comes to check it out. I can't actually tell if that's still the case, or what I was even referring to in this situation. But I feel like my impressions with Hitman 3 have been that the NPC reactions to sound have been fairly alright. But then again, this is me going from Hitman 2016 to Hitman 2, and at that point I was much more actively playing 2016, so I probably would have noticed stuff like that more easily. It's not very frequent, and I haven't looked much into that either, so I can't tell what exactly is wrong with it, but it does feel like something is off here as well. Well, that explains it. Not frequent. Oh my god, Diana. I didn't mind her in Season 1, but in Patient Zero there were some bits where I thought she talked more than necessary. In Hitman 2, she does not shut up. It's fine for a playthrough or two, but having to listen to her explain everything that happens every time it happens gets really obnoxious. Did you know another thing that's obnoxious, that edit right there. Everything that happens every time it happens gets really obnoxious. Well done, me. Did you know there is a new resident in the Mumbai Charles? Don't worry, Diana will tell you every damn time you enter the area. Not only do Diana's lines get repetitive, they can also be condescending and poorly timed. On multiple occasions I've been listening to an NPC talk about a clue and had Diana jump in to repeat what was just said before the NPC is even completely done talking.
This is one of the Mumbai
Come on, can you cut down on the backseating? There
There
really needs to be some more changes to her, because she's only going to get more annoying over time. Oh, okay. I see my sense of humor hasn't changed because I did find that funny. Intentionally editing Diana to talk over myself. And finally, the rating system is still complete trash. I've talked about this before, but long story short, it's far too binary and punishes especially new players way too harshly. Really disappointing, as I was expecting this to be changed. Alright, so, Ghost Mode. Overall I think it's a bit of a letdown. The ways you can interact with your opponent are so limited that if at any point you end up behind in score, there's very little you can do to catch up besides hope that the opponent makes a mistake. That combined with the limited amount of randomness in pickups and targets, I don't think there's much of a lasting appeal here. Plus the current matchmaking is pretty frustrating as there's no way to forfeit a match and no penalty for just quitting mid-match, so matches have a tendency to end due to poor connection. And I can't blame people for quitting because, like said, catching up is more up to the opponent screwing up than you playing well. While I had a very solid win rate when playing normally, I could relate to the quitters when going for the win a duel with accident kills only challenge. Going for that meant putting myself in such a disadvantage that there was hardly any point in even playing if the opponent was at all competent. I'm also convinced that the explosions bug out in Ghost Mode. There was one map where I missed out on 3 explosion kills despite the target practically touching the explosive. It was a very tense and interesting game mode for a few hours, but the appeal wore off quickly, and as it is right now, I don't think I'll be playing Ghost Mode much more. Maps are obviously the big important thing in Hitman, so let's talk about those for a bit. But before I say anything specific about any map, I gotta say I like how there's a ton of variety between them and none of them feel like an inferior version of another map. Starting locations and exits overall also feel better designed than in Season 1. A little thing I liked about Paris and Hokkaido is that none of the starting locations were undercover as a guard, so you couldn't just have a weapon out right from the beginning. In the new maps, Mumbai is the only one with guard starting location, but that map also has like 13 starting locations anyway, so the 2 that do allow guns don't stand out too much. Exits are even more improved. They seem to be absolutely everywhere, and it rarely feels like an exit is needlessly far away. To balance that, a lot of the exits require having a specific item or disguise, which typically aren't too annoying to get either. Now, I'm not sure if I agree with myself there anymore. Like, I still don't know how I feel about the exits. Because it's difficult to compare, because back in 2016 I used to do a lot more speedrunning stuff, where exits were more important. But with Hitman 2 and 3, exits haven't been that big of a deal to me. So if an exit requires you to pick up a specific item for you to use it, then either getting that item isn't an issue, or just using a different exit isn't an issue. So while there perhaps are there even more exits? I honestly couldn't tell you. Because now I'm thinking of stuff like Sapienza, and Sapienza actually has really solid exit options with the plane and the car and 2 speedboats. Those are really well placed exits compared to something like well, I'm trying to think of a Hitman 2 location with bad exits, but fuck if I remember Hitman 2 locations well enough. Perhaps something like Santa Fortuna, where a lot of the exits just require you to get a key from somewhere else. And they are still quite spread out, so I guess I probably don't agree with myself here. I can see where I'm coming from, but in the end I prefer stuff like Sapienza, and Paris is another good example. Mendoza exits? Mendoza exits, I honestly can't even remember them. I remember they are spread far apart. When I was playing Mendoza, more than like 70% of the time, I was using the Tango exit. And the boat exit in Mendoza is also fine, I think. The key is right there after all. But the exit itself is perhaps a bit... Is it even a bit out of the way? Not really, I guess. Depends on what you do, which I haven't done much in Mendoza. Yeah, exit requiring items is fine, as long as it's not like extremely far away. For instance, on what was it? In Bangkok on Master difficulty, you needed to get a speedboat key, and that speedboat key was in some random person's room inside the hotel. Like, that is so far away from the actual exit, and requires like an extra step just to get out. Practically you would never use it. But stuff like requiring coins for a tuk-tuk exit, I actually really like that. That's a nice touch. You probably have coins to begin with. You can plan around that. You can find coins easily all over the place. That's something you don't really have to think about too much. but it adds a bit of extra, a small extra element on top of just walking out. I mean, sure, having it right next to an on-foot exit, that's a bit redundant. But conceptually, I think coin exits are better than... Well, I guess the worst exit example is in Paris with the speedboat, where the speedboat requires a key, and that key is second floor of the palace, while the speedboat is in the most distant corner of the map. You're never gonna use that. But stuff like, oh, you need to get a car key, you need to get a boat key, you need to get whatever key. And that key is... It requires you to knock somebody out and loot the key, or it requires you to go to some locked room or a distant location. At that point, you have to question whether you want to deal with that, or if you just want to walk to the exit that doesn't require anything. Yeah, it's a difficult question with no simple answer. Some exit just works better than others. And I guess that actually applies to most cases where you need some item to do something. The items have been in mostly logical places and not on the other side of the map, so good stuff there. The biggest criticism I can give to the maps in general is that they seem to have gotten even bigger than before, and it's getting to the point where playing just a single mission takes quite a lot of effort, and in Hitman 3 I'd honestly like to see more of a mix of huge and small maps. Anyway, I wasn't expecting that, because I'm fairly sure that maybe the next point I'm gonna make, or a point I'm gonna make very soon, is that Mumbai is really great, which is something I don't agree with anymore. The maps. For a prologue, Hawke's Bay is alright, but I think calling it a full mission would be a stretch. As said, there's nothing wrong with having smaller maps, and the beach house's layout is not bad either, plus the visuals are nice, but Nightcall as a mission just doesn't hold up well. The target's routine just isn't interesting because she doesn't really have a loop you can mess with, but instead she just goes through this slow routine once, and that just kills the replay value for me. Fortunately, the rest of the maps are all great. I'm not gonna go into too much detail about them, but they all accomplish what they are trying to do, and as said, there's a decent amount of variety. While Miami is probably my favorite by a small margin, still, I do want to give a shout out. Not still, it's my favorite by a wide margin. To Mumbai, because I expected to dislike it because of the visuals and how the layout seemed at first look, but it has some of my favorite bits in it. It could have turned out similar to Marrakesh, where two targets are on opposite sides of the map and there are limited ways to get to them, but both of those areas are much more fleshed out than the ones in Marrakesh. They are, but it's Rangan still like Tower Marrakesh. Especially could easily be its own level. Plus, Rangan as a character may be the best target in the game as far as riding goes. Mumbai also had the best use of level exits I've seen. I couldn't afford a taxi because it cost 2 coins and I only had 1, so I walked a bit farther down the street and found another taxi that would give me a ride for just 1 coin. What a great detail, I absolutely love that. Yes, I do! Isle of Gale doesn't quite live up to the previous 4 maps, but it's still very good. Initially it's insanely overwhelming and probably the most difficult map to learn in the entire series, but after a few playthroughs I think part of that complexity comes from the dark and samey visuals. Yes! In Santa Fortuna, for example, I actually look forward to replaying Isle of Gale in Hitman 3, just to see if I can get a better handle on how it plays, because I don't think I ever really quite grasped it. The town, the mansion and the coca field all look and feel very different from one another, but in Scale most areas, understandably, look like a castle. Some parts are more worn than others, but a castle is still a castle. I still repeat that. The challenges in Scale are also really weak. In the other maps I maxed out Mastery but still wanted to keep going, because there were interesting sounding challenges that I wanted to look into. But in Scale I got to maybe level 15 before the challenges got boring. I've talked about this before, but throwing 47 bodies into the sea isn't a challenge, that's busy work. As for the legacy maps, I've barely touched them, but it doesn't seem like much has changed. Visually, Sapienza isn't as vibrant and Bangkok isn't as orange as they used to be, which is pretty disappointing, plus all maps suffer from excessive bloom that can't be turned down. There are also some new guards in security rooms, at least in Hokkaido and Sapienza, but that's something I can agree with. The big disappointing thing about the legacy maps is that most of the simple and obvious improvements that could have been made are not there. You still need to get Hokkaido Mastery to 20 before unlocking loadout slots. The bonus maps still only have one starting location despite what I was allowed to believe, and Freedom Fighters still only has one exit. Hey, they changed that! But at least Freeform Training and the final test now have proper score screens, which is something I've been hoping for, so thanks for that, IO. The last thing I'm gonna talk about are the menus and the UI, because they are... And we already watched this part. Man, I could take like 70% of this video and apply all of it to Hitman 3. Oh my god. Although I hope my video making skills have at least a bit improved, because I hope I'm able to speak a bit more clearly these days and maybe balance the audio a bit better. But man, yeah, I agree with myself. Yup. Sounds about right. Yeah, I think the next video I gotta watch is because this is not my only Hitman 2 video like this. I also made Hitman 2 second impressions. Actually, I also made Hitman 2 early impressions based on Gamescom. But fuck that. And I feel like if I am to make Hitman 3 second impressions, I should just take this video and maybe my Hitman 2 second impressions video and just quote them word by word. See how much of it just still applies. Oh my god. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Yes. Oh. Hey Hokapontas, what's up? Thank you for the resub. Okay, second impressions video. This is a shorter one. But let's see. I think this was like... I think the bank had come out, but Haven Island hadn't. So let's see where we are. YouTube, please. When I made a video on my first impressions on Hitman 2, I said I might make another one after more time has passed. Now that the first expansion pack is out in full and there's been a bunch of live content and patches, it seems like a good time for that another video. I'll get to the live content and the expansion stuff in a bit, but first I got to address what a mixed bag the patches so far have been, especially when it comes to the rating system. The very first patch back in November instantly broke the rating system so that trespassing and getting spotted by enforcers no longer counted against Silent Assassin. I would have actually been fine with the change, as I thought it could have made the game feel fresh again, and I never liked how taking just one step into a trespassing area was enough to ruin your Silent Assassin rating. Yep. Especially if you walked away instantly when told to do so. But IO's lack of proper communication on it pretty much had me stop playing the game for several months instead. I like to go for Silent Assassin and push the system to its limits, but when it wasn't clear whether the change was intentional or a bug that would be fixed soon, it just felt pointless to play at all, when even the devs didn't seem to know what the requirements for Silent Assassin were supposed to be. To IO's credit, however, when the change finally got reverted several months later, they also made improvements like adding a Silent Assassin tracker and accident knockouts. Big step in the right direction and very appreciated, but I'm still going to bitch about the rating system ad nauseam, as I still think it's a very poorly designed afterthought and I would love to scrap the whole thing and do it over from scratch. Yes! I could quote this so much, and holy shit. Pickle, thank you very much for raid host, and I'm gonna count that number as a crap ton of gifted subs. Thank you very much. What's up? Anybody joining, we are watching my old Hitman 2 first impressions videos and laughing about how right they still are for Hitman 3. The communication on what's getting patched has overall been poor. The patch notes honestly seem mostly useless when many big changes are What have I been saying? Patch notes seem mostly useless and communication has been whatever. Removing the option to change which of Agent 47 shoulders the game camera is located behind was intentional. Fucking why? That's not an explanation. I was saying this today! I was saying this so recently that I still have the tab open. Completely omitted, yet insignificant details keep popping up there. By reading the patch notes, you wouldn't know that Colorado main mission now has multiple exits available to it after the first completion, but you would know that a typo in the German translation has been fixed. Thanks for that detail, I guess. For real though, big thanks for the Colorado update IO. That's an excellent improvement. But enough of that, let's look at the lab content. I'll start with some positive stuff, which surprisingly means the escalations. I haven't played all of them myself, but based on the ones I have, and the objectives of the ones I haven't, they have gotten much more interesting compared to Season 1. Utilizing map-specific things like Rangan Tower's elevator shaft or Whittleton Creek's fumigation system and making them a central theme works much better than just throwing random objectives together, which is what most of the old escalations felt like. Yep. I especially like the Delgado larceny, where the custom starting location, equipment restrictions, objectives, the unlockable weapon, and even the name all tied together to form a story without any explicit dialogue. And to top it, which fortunately seems to be what they're doing with current escalations in Hitman 3. So, while I still don't think escalations are a very good game mode to begin with, it's clear that they have gotten much better over the course of time. The unlockable was tied to the Silent Assassin rating, making it feel actually earned rather than a complete handout. And that thing! How was it in these current... Let me take a look. So, let's take a look at the challenges here. Oh my god. Farewell was one of them. No, I think it's a feat. Complete the first level of the escalation unlocks you stuff. Completing all levels unlocks you nothing. Meanwhile, in that video I was praising that specific escalation because to unlock the thing, you had to complete the final level with Silent Assassin. So it felt like a reward. Whereas here, just do it once. Do the first level, here you go. I'm glad I made these videos when I did. So, great stuff there. More like that, please. So, elusive targets. I honestly stopped playing them after the first couple, as mechanically they all seem to be way too similar, and the concept has just gotten stale for me. And it doesn't seem like IO is focusing on them anymore either, considering there has only been a small handful of new ones. But I do want to give a special mention to the Undying, which was... Can I elaborate on getting physically assaulted over escalations? Yes! Because while I was at Gamescom, we had this small booth where we played Miami. And I was just sitting there playing, and then one of the devs who was there, chilling with us, just came up to me and just like lightly punched me on the shoulder, and said that somebody else from the studio asked him to do that. And I believe that someone was also a person I had met previously. So it was a joke. But hey, I would gladly get physically assaulted over my criticism again if it leads to something good. So damn good that I almost made a separate video talking about it. I didn't typically... I was considering making a video on just the Undying, because the Undying is like prime example of how to do a reasonably basic elusive target without any significant gimmicks. Because it is so much better than every other elusive target they have made. And then I just, for some reason, didn't do that video. Care about the writing or stuff like that too much, but interesting characters and writing can definitely elevate any mission, and that's what happened with the Undying. The whole concept of a rival assassin known for faking his own death over and over has the potential to be the perfect Hitman antagonist, and the concept was executed brilliantly, as despite having the arrogance to taunt 47, he also had enough charisma to not come across as an utter asshole. The mission design was top-notch as well. Yeah, that is a common thing in the current trilogy, where all of the targets come across as unlikable assholes. Unfortunately. So I've already forgotten like most of the targets in Hitman 3. So I can't comment on how likable or unlikable they are. But definitely the case in Hitman 2. Well, short enough loop with several obvious but not free kill opportunities, a non-intrusive mission story to help new players get started. I mean, keep in mind, this was the first Hitman 2 elusive target, and it came out a week after the release. And a predetermined styling location, which I actually like in a... You say Rangan is cool? I did specifically bring up Rangan in my first impressions video as a good target. But almost all of them are just... exactly, Saturday morning cartoon villains. Oh no, I skipped ahead by accident. Where were we? We were over here. Dying was really good, and I was more invested in his story than the main story, which went off the rails in Colorado and has since caught fire in a landfill it crashed into. I mean, come on, can't we just have interesting targets like Silvio Caruso or Jordan Cross and focus on their stories? Do we really need to go after the Illuminati while also trying to explore 47 as a character? The story is both too grand and too personal at the same time, and neither part feels like it belongs. But anyway, the Undying. They fucked it up. They had all the potential in the world to do another high-quality mission with him in any location and explore his character more. But what did we get? The same exact mission, this time with an eye patch. Seeing great potential be wasted like this actually made me unreasonably mad. Then there are featured contracts which I have no interest in and don't play, the busy work packs which are pretty much what it sounds like, and a new thing IO called seasonal events that turned out to be holiday hoarders from season 1, this time with a time restriction, and Hokkaido Snow Festival, which seemed like a leftover elusive target from season 1 that was just being repurposed. I'm going to guess that the seasonal events were not a huge success, as there hasn't been one since January, and the feedback I saw was mostly not too happy about there being even more time restricted content. But let's look at the expansion missions. The first one that came out was the Sniper Assassin map, Hantu Port. And like him... Oh, Gulumuk, thank you. Thank you for the reset. What's up? Man. I'm so glad I made these videos. I'm absolutely gonna make stuff like this for Hitman 3 just so when Hitman 4 comes out in 2045, I can come back and look at these and be like, I was right! I still think like that. Himmelstein, I gave it about 3 hours before I felt like I had seen everything it had to offer. The mode just does not have any lasting appeal to me. The progression system prevents you from ever going for high scores without excessive grinding, and the way mouse sensitivity changes depending on the zoom level makes sniping really frustrating to begin with. I have no intention to return to Hantu Port again. The 2 special assignments. July 6th, 2019! Already mentioning the sniper sensitivity. Oh my god. I mean, the sniping got fucked when Hitman 2 came out. The sniping was fine when they released Sniper Assassin as a pre-order bonus, but as soon as Hitman 2 came out, it was fucked. And it's been fucked since. And the bank came out at the same time, so I'll cover them in the order in which I played them. The Columbia special assignment called Embrace of the Serpent was an absolute joke. The tiny jungle area is effectively a flat plain where trees form corridors, the disguise and kill options are very limited, the target has 2 bodyguards hugging his ass constantly, and the secondary objective is in a hut with 1 entrance and several people stationed directly in front of, making Sound Assassin suit only playthroughs a huge pain. I kinda want to applaud IO for giving us a real challenge as the game lacks those, but this is not what I was after. The Mumbai special assignment called Illusions of Grandeur was the complete opposite in terms of difficulty. Within seconds of starting the mission, you see the target and he talks to you, leads you into an isolated room and practically asks to be killed. I prefer easy missions, but this is actually comical. Illusions is not a good mission either, but it does clearly beat Embrace as the trolls make for a much more interesting setting than the jungle, and the lighting in daytime Mumbai makes the map look really, really good. Definitely one. Who saw that coming? Saying that lighting looks good. One of the most beautiful maps in the game visually. Oh, and in case anyone's wondering what I mean when I say that the game lacks challenges but that I prefer easy missions, let me clarify. I think missions that are easy to complete generally allow for more freedom in how they're approached, but the game's built-in challenge system should be used more to encourage and reward completing the easy missions in difficult ways. That's why A New Life in Blood Money is such an excellent mission. If you just want to complete it, it's completely effortless, but you can also scale up the difficulty by going for something crazy like a hedge cutter kill. The difficulty level in an easy mission can be scaled up with extra challenges, but a hard mission is always going to be hard. That's why I would like to see some expert challenge packs that focus on clever ways to get Sound Assassin. Finally, the bank. Golden Handshake. It's great. All of this still holds up. Man. I could say that stuff today and it would still be true. Although, one thing I hope is that, I hope that I have gotten a bit better at making videos. Overall, I mean, one thing that I probably haven't gotten any better is just expressing myself in a video like this. Just because I know these are heavily scripted videos where I just read out loud, and that is not something I am built for. Yet I keep trying, like that Absolution video will be like that. But hopefully overall, there has been some small improvement in my production value from minimal to low. I had been feeling burnt out on the current Hitman formula, and the bank actually felt fresh. While exploring maps like Mumbai or Santa Fortuna felt really exciting the first couple of times through, now I just dread the idea of even starting up such huge missions with multiple targets spread all across the map. It's just excessive. The bank, however, only has one target and a data retrieval objective that can be completed in different ways. It's much smaller than most maps, but just as interconnected and far more focused, which is a strictly positive thing for me. I would say that the bank has a lot in common with Hokkaido in terms of objectives and map design, and that's great because that's exactly the type of map I want to see more of. Mumbai might be a masterpiece in its own right, but Hokkaido and the bank are maps that I actually want to go back to and replay. It's a bit early to say, but Golden Handshake is likely to end up being one of my favorite Hitman 2 missions, together with Cytosine Versus, The Finish Line, The Showstopper, and World of Tomorrow. Look at that, those are still my favorites. Although I would probably rank The Bank as like the last one out of the ones I mentioned. But those are still the same top missions out of the Hitman 1 and 2 missions. And from Hitman 3, the only one that I would put up there with them is Berlin. All of which, by the way, I think are easy to complete and reasonably tightly focused, making them enjoyable to replay in many different ways. So in total, the expansion pack has a sniper mission that's slightly better than the previous one, 2 special assignments that are basically replayable elusive targets, and 1 proper top quality Hitman mission. I don't know what money is worth to you, so I'm not going to say whether the expansion is worth it or not, but that's what you get. What I will say is that IO should absolutely work on their terminology if they're seriously trying to pass the special assignments as the missions promised in the expansion description. Or better yet, really think about what they're going to release later this year in the second expansion. Anyway, that about sums up my thoughts on the last 6 or so months of Hitman. If you for some reason really want to hear me rant about Hitman some more, I started doing a monthly podcast thing recently, where I go over stuff like patch notes and new live content. I don't play the game much these days, but I still have a lot to say about it, and condensing that into 3 hours of ranting on a monthly basis is working alright for me. I did skip this month because of the expansion release, but normally I try to do the podcast as soon as the new patch is out.
Yeah, that's whatever.
I do believe that Yenry, you said that better at tonal and contextual video. Video for sure. I don't think I paid much attention to what I was putting on video for these old ones. Whereas in the Hitman 3 impressions, I actually did try to make the video make sense. But I think my vocal expression got better. I believe I noticed an improvement already between the first and the second impressions, and I hope the Hitman 3 video was an improvement over that. You know, hopefully it gets better overall over time. But man, I look forward to eventually making Hitman 3 second impressions, where I just quote this and the first impressions video. It's gonna be fun. Dread the time when you start to grind Santa Fortuna and Mumbai challenges. I don't think the challenge grind is honestly that bad in those. Just after that you don't want to replay them. Santa Fortuna and Mumbai were made for ghost mode? I don't agree with that at all. Santa Fortuna especially. They are too spread out for it to be fun. Where something like Paris would work really well, because map knowledge would actually help you. It's not just go in that direction where you see the target, because you don't have any options on what path to take. Whereas in Paris or Sapienza or whatever, you actually have options. And you can do some planning on the fly. Climbing is much better in Hitman 3. Much, I probably don't agree with that, but better, yes. Not by much, but it's better. Not something I would bother mentioning, like in a video like this. Oh yeah, I will not be holding back my criticism. Don't you worry about that. Talking sounds quite natural in newer videos. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is something I want to work on. So again, I am extremely critical of IO and Hitman. So I would honestly appreciate it if people were critical of the videos and stuff I do. Because while it is nice that like whatever the ratio of likes to dislikes this is, it's great that 600 something people like it, but I would like to know why 20 something people don't like it, because hearing their opinion would probably help me a lot more. Second impression video is just cut the audio from earlier videos, and this video mentioned that all the audio was taken from previous. I wish I could, but I think I want to believe that my audio has gotten better since, so it would be noticeable. Audio and hopefully like pronunciation and production overall. But I'm definitely tempted to just use some of this material. At least the writing, perhaps not the actual recordings. And yeah, Santa Fortuna and Upscale were made by, I think, Sumo Digital, and I believe someone also says that Colorado was made by them, and if so, then I suppose it shows, considering those are some of the worst maps in the series. Or trilogy, rather. Oh, and you specified Colorado as well right there. I'm way behind on chat, don't you worry about it. I'll catch up. Never hold back, I won't. Won't have to hold back when I know they won't listen to me anyway. And honestly, Ghost Mode, I don't think it ever really could succeed. There simply are not enough ways to interact with the other player, and it would require some drastic changes to be actually replayable and enjoyable long term. Refresh the video page. Oh no, we missed 666. Oh fuck yeah, somebody disliked it, thank you. Can you tell me why? Half of those are probably just his accent is dumb. Yeah, probably. It's like, I don't generally respond to comments on YouTube, but I do read them. And usually when somebody's being negative, it tends to be something stupid. But every now and then somebody makes a good point. And I try to actually learn something from that point. Even though typically on YouTube, if somebody makes a good point and it's being negative, it is like passive-aggressive or borderline an insult, but there may be a good point hidden in it. I'll try to take that good point out of it. Because I cannot be bothered to get insulted by random nobody on YouTube. But I can be bothered to take some lesson from them, if there is one to be learned. if you don't agree with all the time, it's nice to hear someone actually have their own opinion. If you do disagree with my opinions somewhere, then please do voice your own. Because I would like to hear, like, opposing views. Like, why do people disagree with me? I don't want to have some echo chamber where everybody just agrees with me. It is absolutely possible for you to change my mind on things. I worry too much about how I communicate my thoughts. I don't think I do. Because it's the one thing I can do with this game, so I would like to do it as well as possible. But thank you. Difficulty between casual and professional with unlimited saves. I don't know. The entire save thing is always sketchy to me. I don't like saves coming. I don't like completely free saves. But at the same time, there's like master difficulty with one save, which is just as bad. Probably worse. I mean, definitely worse actually, but yeah. I prefer some sort of limited save system over free saves everywhere or extremely limited saves to the degree that master difficulty does. So I'm seeing chat messages pop up on my stream preview and I'm nowhere close to them. So excuse me while I go down this list very slowly. Oh yeah, I'm sure stuff I say probably sounds like nitpicking to people who don't follow Hitman as closely. No doubt about that. Hey, that's me. You can get the big picture from everybody else. I will do the nitpicking. And yeah, I did also notice that my voice in these videos was lower than it should have compared to the music in the background. That is true. Random items are illegal in casual mode. Don't think IO played it either. Don't think that's a fair assessment. If there's like some random item in some random level doesn't work on some difficulty, that is a very random scenario to check. You can't reasonably expect them to check every item on every difficulty in every map. Something like that is bound to slip by. Matters of personal taste. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, hang on. I can do this so you can see how fucking far back I am. Actually, I'm not even that far back. I'm like a minute behind. Do we like Desperados to track and save loads? Suppose that already would do something. Better than nothing, for sure. So once you finish the mission and you see like, oh no, I loaded 15 times, that feels a bit bad. Next time I hope to do a bit better. Yeah, that's already an improvement, I think. Yes, I absolutely want to see better lighting. It's... The more I play, the more it bugs me. To the point where it's becoming my #1 issue. Next to the rating system. The game just isn't nice to look at. It's not that bad when you're playing it casually for the first time and you don't know where you're going, and you just walk around very slowly and look at every corner as you go. But once you know where you're going and you're going there fast, then the auto exposure really starts to kick in, and every time you go from a light area to a dark area and then back to a light area, you just notice how ugly the transition is. Not to mention the bloom. Oh my god, I made it to the end. Oh yeah, and always online. Always online is... Fuck that shit. As long as it's in the game, I don't recommend the game. I mean, hey, I did mention online in the patch notes. Oh, this is game modes thing. Making some changes to elusive targets formula. Yeah, fuck off. No, you didn't. Yeah. Connectivity. We've made several tweaks on the back end since launch, and this first major patch allows us to do more. Okay, so actually, you know what? In all fairness, I guess that means that the patch itself didn't improve the connectivity, but now they can improve it. And in all fairness, I also don't think I had a single disconnect today. I don't think there's gonna be changes for Hitman 3. It is. I feel like this is it. Always online is one huge red flag that people should not ignore, and people should be vocal about it, and elusive target should be another one. ETs are not as bad, but I think the entire practice of them is scummy. They may be a minor game mode at best. But bottom line is that I do not like it when they just exploit people's fear of missing out. And that is exactly what elusive targets are. And at this point there's no good excuse either, because I feel like this is something that people have been vocal about for, Christ, almost 5 years. And not only that, but people have offered suggestions on, hey, this is how it would be better. There have been so many suggestions that it's not even a valid excuse to say, yeah, we don't have a better way to do it. Yeah, you do. Everybody knows you do. Just don't want to change it. Because I assume that every time they release an elusive target, they look at their player count for that day, and there's always that little spike that they want. So why would they change something that brings them players to something that might not bring players? I mean, my issue with the always online isn't even like, oh, internet works, whatever. My issue with it is that give it like very optimistic 10 years and IO will shut down the servers. So it doesn't matter how good connection you have, because the servers don't exist. Meanwhile, 10 years from now, you can still play Codename 47 and it will work just fine. And I actually give a crap about preservation, so I'd rather not have the game just disappear once somebody unplugs the server. That's why I so much appreciate people doing remasters and ports these days. And here we have IO Interactive doing the exact opposite. Oh yeah, I am very optimistic about what's going on with modding. Like I do believe that in the end, whatever happens with the servers, I think we'll probably have a better Hitman experience without IO's servers. But that doesn't excuse IO for doing a shit job with the online aspect. I can't really speak for what kind of mods people are doing. I'm just watching from the sidelines basically, and every now and then somebody posts like, hey, I found this sort of thing in these files, and it's like, I found this sort of thing and I moved it here and it worked. And like, holy shit, the implications of this are huge. But I don't think at the moment there really is anything significant. But in the future, I think the potential is insane. Rating mode. I can't tell if you're kidding or not, but that doesn't seem out of the realm of possibilities. That actually seems like a thing that could happen. That's the crazy thing. I mean, for Hitman 2, there almost was something like that. It was in an external tool. But yeah, Statman actually did have some form of support for it. It didn't have ratings, but it was tracking a lot of the things, and it was counting points for your actions, the way my system was. So, you know, not totally unreasonable. It's honestly really crazy how promising the modding is looking. I'm always just a bit scared for the modding scene, because I know that there is a chance that IO fucks it up for the modders. I'm just like, yeah, we decided to encrypt all our files. And now you can't do anything anymore. Which would really suck. Although the upside is that all of the maps are already out, so even if IO fucks things up, then there's at least some version of the game that is moddable. I mean, I recall them doing something like that in 2016, where people were doing reverse engineering and kinda leaking stuff before it was released, and then IO started to fuck with the files. So, I mean, didn't stop anybody. It slowed them down a bit. But yeah, this is not my area of expertise. I'll keep an eye on the modding. That's, again, another thing I would like to make a video on some point in time, is the modding of Hitman. But at the moment I think the entire scene is too young. Yeah, this is from Assassin's Creed 2 something. I may not like the game, but this track is good. I mean, it's by Jesper Kid, so... This is called? This is Ezio's Family. Yeah, Absolution soundtrack doesn't really have well, anything memorable besides like Black Bandana. We'll see what I do with the Absolution video. I would like to use Absolution soundtrack, but I don't think Absolution soundtrack has anything to use. At the same time, I would like to have some other background music than Codename 47 soundtrack for the 15th time. I mean, the video will probably have the Inception horn. There's a good chance for that. About the Absolution Festival. You'll see. I mean, it's not like it's a secret. But you'll see. You'll see. Unless somebody says it in the chat. Because it's not exactly a secret. Now, Kid wasn't out of the price range. I believe they didn't even contact Kid for some reason. I think that's the story. I don't have a source for it, but that's what I recall. Although I might be confusing that with David Bateson. What has Alexander Brandon done? Name doesn't ring a bell. Unreal Tournament, Deus Ex, Tyrion, Jazz Jackrabbit. I feel like he's done something very indie recently. But yeah, Deus Ex is definitely the big one of that list, at least for me. And probably for everybody else. Or maybe I'm thinking of somebody else because I'm looking at his works here and I'm not seeing anything. Oh, except like Job Simulator, the 2050 archives. Actually, yeah, these, you know what, these are rather small titles mostly. I don't think I've watched like any David Bateson stuff. Because voice acting really isn't... It's like the last thing I pay any attention to. But I do recall, because I recently watched the video that they originally released for Absolution that had a different voice actor. Is it this one? Does this have commentary? No, it doesn't. I think that's the one.
Peggy 18.
Yeah.
We never kind of found it.
Yeah, I watched this video recently for some reason. I wonder what map my video is going to be about.
Time or had the people to do it. And throughout the game, there are a multitude of... which also features another very... of the disguise mechanics, which we call hiding in plain sight, which in this...
But yeah, here's Not David Bateson voicing Hitman.
In the case of the police officers, it's using these kind of donuts that are kind of placed around the level.
I mean, and throughout the game, you'll have to learn or figure out which disguise fits with which environment interactions, and this is a good example of it. Also, just saying that it's still very much a stealth or outsmarting game, so most people will not choose necessarily to shoot people as their first choice.
Also, I don't know why I chose this specific version of this, because it's the version that has somebody else talking over the voice acting. What a great choice by me. How about that one?
I haven't seen your ass for a long time. I thought you quit the force a few years ago.
I never left.
The force a few years ago.
I never left.
I'm Batman. Oh yeah, people didn't really like that one. If we're gonna talk about David Bateson, then I guess I gotta dig this up. The classic David Bateson clip.
Hello, and welcome. I'd like to talk to you about Bluetooth technology. You know, for most people, Bluetooth is a cable replacement technology found in cell phones and laptops. And yes, it is. But there's more to it. For us at Connect Blue, it's never just about using a certain technology. It's always about optimizing the wireless technology of choice to fit a specific demand and perform a task. Let me give you a few examples of the tasks I'm talking about. Wirelessly monitoring and committing research on lethal bacteria that you really want to keep in an isolated and sterile environment. Or detecting problems on a pipeline stretching across the far north of Norway. Oh, it's cold. Allowing skilled operators from the comfort of the control room to wirelessly download software to fine-tune extremely hazardous machines, thus avoiding all moving parts. Of course, there are more civilized tasks to perform as well. So that's 3 lattes and a club sandwich. Oh, and you want to split the bill. I hope you get my point. There's Bluetooth, and then there's Bluetooth.
Oh, I get your point.
At Connect Blue, we look beyond the technology and focus on the problem at hand, whatever the weather.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I actually haven't seen the Moonshiners thing, so here goes.
Smoky.
Oh, I have seen this, I'm fairly sure.
Of danger, and that's just my aftershave. The recipe of a good moonshine is a well-kept secret, passed down from father to son, from the mountains of Appalachia to the swamps in Mississippi. It's brewed from elements that create the stuff of legends.
Oh, God! Oh, my God! What the hell is this shit? I can't breathe! Ah, my eyes! I can't see! My legs! Oh. Hello? I just soiled myself.
brand new season of Moonshiners is here. Take a sip next Monday at 10 on Discovery Channel.
Mother, is that you?
Okay then. I did not remember that. Yet it instantly reminded me of Bill Murray in that one movie, where he was doing an ad like that. No, I haven't seen the cast interview. Because, like I said, voice acting is, to me, the least interesting part of, like, anything game related. Especially when I'm so uninterested in the storyline and the characters. To me, voice acting is just... I can tell when something looks good or doesn't. I can tell when some music sounds good or doesn't. I can tell when controls are good or not. I cannot tell if voice acting is good or not. Unless it's like... obviously half-assed and horrendous. But I couldn't spot the difference between mediocre voice acting and excellent voice acting. Maybe that has something to do with not speaking English natively. Anybody else agree with that, perhaps? Because one thing I do believe is that maybe one reason why metal is so successful in Finland is that, at least me personally, I can listen to extremely cheesy power metal and I don't really hear the cheese in the same way. Whereas if it's in Finnish, and I can understand it without thinking about it, then it's way cheesier instantly. So any sort of bad lyrics are way easier to ignore. And I assume the same goes for voice acting. At least to some degree. Could be talking out of my ass here. Could just be that I personally cannot tell any difference between good or bad voice acting. I'm attempting to think of like a game where there is bad voice acting, and I'm struggling. Could you tell in Finnish? Yes, I do think so. Although I will say, because Disco Elysium Final Cut or whatever it's called is coming out, and that's supposed to have full voice acting for all characters, which is pretty goddamn insane. That's a case where I'm a bit concerned about the voice acting. Because everything about Disco Elysium is great. And I really hope that the voice acting doesn't spoil it. I feel like there is a real possibility that some of the voice acting won't work. As well as having like a tiny bit of the dialogue voiced and then the rest is just text. Like just enough voice acting to give you like a feel for what a character sounds like, and then you can just imagine the rest. But if Kuno decides to say everything out loud, then it might get pretty annoying. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Definitely looking forward to it anyway. So in case it wasn't obvious, highly recommending Disco Elysium. Definitely one of the best games ever, really. Dice rolls give you anxiety. No. Dice rolls in Disco are things that you should embrace. Because fucking up in Disco is great. I mean, the main issue with Disco for me was that you were able to buff your skills by changing clothes, and you were able to do that at any point. Which kinda encouraged you to try to go for high chances on rolls. And I think that goes against the spirit of the game. Because half the fun is that, yeah, you will fuck up rolls. You will fuck up rolls that you probably shouldn't fuck up. So fucking what? It's gonna go great anyway. Because one of my favorite moments in Disco was when I specifically had a skill check coming up. I put on all my ridiculous clothes to buff some specific skill. I had like an 80% chance to succeed in a roll, and I failed it. And it had direct consequences for the next like 5 minutes of gameplay. And I enjoyed it so much. Not only because the fuck up changed the outcome, but also because my character was wearing the dumbest fuck clothes while all that was happening. It was fantastic. And hey Chris, that was Hitman 2 music. Oh yeah, I felt robbed for a second. And then the ball started rolling in a different direction. And I started laughing. And the failure was probably more fun than success would have been. And yeah, this is Hexel's music. Yeah, failing is super satisfying. Not always, but often enough. Yeah, Ghost, I'm waiting for the final cut. Don't know what kind of playthrough I'm gonna do, but I'm definitely gonna do a replay of that. Pretty happy with how my first playthrough turned out, because I was actually able to roleplay to some degree. Beat the game without ever knowing my name. I know some people kept calling me by some name, but don't know why. You never finished. Oh, shit. Man, don't... I mean, I wouldn't want to spoil anything about Disco anyway, in general, because I recommend it to everybody. I want to talk about Disco, but I don't want to spoil anything, and there's an issue. The ending was it's a roller coaster for sure. Oh, I think in Disco I mostly didn't like save scum for bad rolls or anything like that. But I know there were a couple of instances where I like pick up an item and the item no, maybe not even an item, but like I chose a conversation option that revealed my character his name. I was like, no, I don't want to know my name. Let's try that again. That was like the main thing I decided to stick with. Damn, because you sat in a chair that was a bit unpleasant. Yeah. I'm not sure I actually died in Disco at any point. I did take damage from sitting down. New Pokemon has stealth, I have no chance. What the fuck? I'm gonna assume it has stealth the same way Far Cry has stealth. Yeah, 1 HP, probably not the best possible build. How did I push it up? Okay, when is it coming to PC? I'll play it when it comes to PC. Oh, fuck you, Zast. Weren't supposed to tell me that. I don't know. Maybe when the final cut of Disco comes out, maybe I'll do 1 HP character. Don't know what skills I would actually put any points in. Maybe like visual calculus and whatever the blue skills were. My first playthrough was all about the purple skills, like authority and empathy. Which was great. One of the character-defining moments when I was talking to some child who was listening to ice on with some device without a hat, and I talked to her, asked her why she doesn't have a hat, and she said she didn't really need a hat, and my character just started crying, and while crying decided to go, "I'm not crying, you're crying," to establish authority. And the kid wasn't buying it. Great moment for the character. And just that's what happens in Disco when you fail the right checks. Actually, I think I probably succeeded at the right checks because my empathy and authority were so high. Empathy was high, so I started crying, but my authority was also high, so I had to show the kid who's the boss. Also, it may not have been those exact words, but that was the base idea of the conversation that took place. But yeah, I recommend that game. I don't recommend Hitman 3, but I do recommend Disco. Strongly. If you're on the fence about either, then that's my recommendation. End of the Hitman 3 review. So that covers up my review. I recommend Disco Elysium. And cut. I mean, this is actually Freedom Fighters music, but hey, same composer. No longer same composer. So, I don't think this was in the menu before. No, I don't want to play it. I want to see like challenges and whatever. Do we have challenges for this? I would assume so. I don't know where they would be. Well, maybe we don't have challenges for elusive targets. Actually, no, maybe if I go through here. Yeah, there, okay. 3 elusive targets to get the absolution suit! Oh, they're still doing this. The winter suit! Signature suit with gloves! Oh my god. Fuck yeah. Casual undercover. Okay, so they're committed to at least 15 elusive targets. Okay. So I'm glad these are in order. 3, 5, 4, 2. Okay. Yeah, there are so many issues with the entire challenge system. The fact that they're not in any logical order, I think, is one of the smaller ones. Hey, finally! We haven't had a disconnect today yet, so here we go. We've been waiting for this. Ah, shit, I don't have the up. Oh, yes, of course I have the update still open. I mean, in all fairness, it took a while to get here, but still. Yeah, I think it's about time to end. It's like 3 AM. I haven't played the game in like 3 hours. I'll probably play again tomorrow. I'll try to do something with the elusive target. Feel like we got pretty close to solving it. The way I want to solve it. And then I might try to make a video on Sunday maybe, or I don't know. Soonish. The classic time frame. But for now, it is late enough, so I'm gonna call it here. So thank you for watching. Have a good night. See ya next time, maybe tomorrow. Bye.